よし。はい、こんにちは。よろしくお願いします。じゃあこれからドラゴンウォリアということで。やっていきます。よろしくお願いします。ハロー。じゃあ始めます。
Dragon Warrior 2, you know it's a brutally difficult game, and the Super Famicom version is no exception to this. Sunless, 私の声。
音入ってますか？ゲームボリューム。これを下げるんですか？
Okay, I will continue talking as we get the audio figured out.
ちょっと待ってください。現在調整中です。
I'll introduce this run one more time. We do have Dragon Quest II Super Famicom version here, being run by Sunless Game. I, Lavkin, will be doing the commentary this evening, given that this game is entirely in Japanese. And get cozy, everybody. As you can see, this run does have an estimate of 4 hours and 30 minutes.
これでどうですか?
And as we watch here, so we have, in fact, we have started the run. I wasn't sure if Sunless had started already or not, but we started the run, and players of the NES version of Dragon Warrior 2 will recognize this opening cutscene here, where we see Moonbrook Castle invaded by Targon's minions. This cutscene actually was not in the original Japanese release of Dragon Quest II, but they added it back into the remakes. And you'll notice the timer is also already started. Over in Japan, timing starts from the moment you turn the console on, and timing does not stop until you see the end on the screen. So we will be watching the ending and after the final boss. The hero we need, indeed. Also, a bit of fun culture here as we watch the King of Moonbrook talk to his daughter here. Warning his daughter that she needs to run away, and he's telling her to go to Maidenhall and talk to the king there and look for safety, and he's going to go taunt this demon here and cast some sort of spell. He's going to fight off these two guys here, but someone's going to appear behind him in a minute here. And when that evil clown appears behind the king and flames him in the back, he says, "Gyoe?" Which is the weirdest death scream that I can think of, and gets memed a lot in the Japanese DQRTA community. But now we just get to keep watching this opening cutscene. Eventually we will have the familiar Moonbrook soldier making his wounded walk over to Maidenhall, and then the game will start.
じゃあ、いろいろ説明が飛んじゃったんで、説明しながら、プレイしていくことにします。 よろしくお願いします。
So yeah, as I was
この
mentioning
ドラゴンクエストに
before,
はちょっと特殊なゲームで
as I was mentioning before, when the
ラスボ
volume
ス
was
の
still
関
being
係
adjusted,
から
the original version of this game, the NES version,
レ
is
ベルを稼がなきゃ
known
い
for
けない
being
ゲー
fairly
ムなんで
difficult.
すね。
The remakes are also fairly difficult,
なので
but this run is going to be entirely glitchless. This is played very much straight
と
up,
に
and
か
it
く
makes for a
経
pretty
験値を
exciting
稼い
run,
でいくことが
as once
求
you
めら
pick
れる
up
ので、
the Prince of Cannock, or Sama,
い
as
かに
he's
無
called
駄
in
な
the
く稼
Japanese
げるかと
version.
いうのが
You're basically going to be fighting every encounter that you come across, trying to gain experience and money, as you would in any
重要
other
になってきます。なの
playthrough
で
of an RPG. But obviously, our levels are going to be a lot lower than expected for pretty much the entire game.
できればとても美味
Your
しいメタルを
times
食べ
when
た
you
い。
get to certain locations are going to vary based on whether you got a lot of fights or whether you got fewer fights.
今日は食べられる
But
と
yeah,
いい
for the
な。
most part, this is going to be played pretty straight up. And now that the soldier has gotten from Moonbrook to Maidenhall,
we're ま
going
ず
to
は
come
装備を
downstairs,
整
and the
え
king's
ます。
going to tell us that we should go find the Prince of Cannock and open this chest. And once we open the chest, we're going to go ahead and get that copper sword and 50 gold. And now we're immediately going to go into a buying and selling section. There's going to be 2 of these in the early part of the game. And
ちょっと変な
what
ことを
Sunless is
して
doing
福
right
引きが
now
もらえま
is
す。
he's doing a very specific set of buying and selling of items. And what he's doing here
購入
is,
した
if
後
you're
の金
familiar with the
額が
NES
一
version of
定
this
だと
game,
確実にもらえるんで、
you will remember that occasionally when you buy or sell an item, the
決められ
shopkeeper
た手
will
順
give
に
you
従って
a lottery ticket. And in the
Bye
NES
bye,
version of the
Yoshima.
game, that is completely random whether or not the item
購入
vendor gives you a lottery ticket. However, in the Super Famicom version, the game checks your money value whenever you buy or sell an item, and it basically divides it by 16 and looks for a remainder. And if it's a specific remainder, then you are guaranteed to get a lottery ticket. And because lottery tickets sell for a decent amount of money, we are
幸
going to
先い
be
いですね。
abusing
順
that
調です。
in order to make a lot of money without fighting anything. We are not going to fight anything until we pick up Cannock. So we get that leather shield, we get some herbs, and then we're basically just going to blitz through the steps that we need to pick up the Prince of Cannock. And the first thing, of course,
防
is
御
to
力
come
を
to
高
Cannock
めるた
itself
めに武
and
器を売
talk
っ
to the
てし
king.
まったので戦闘はできません。なので
Also, for anyone
すべて逃げます。
who is unfamiliar with Sunless, they always have this
戦う
TTS
の
up
は
on their
仲
stream.
間を増やしてから
So
です
go
ね。
go ahead and drop a follow on them if you would.
とりあえずシ
So
ナ
they
リオ
they
を
always
進
have
め
that
ていま
TTS
す。
up, so their stream is always watchable for non-English speakers, or sorry, non-Japanese speakers.
ここからとても難しい。13
While Sunless is making their way to the
ネズミ
Spring
が
of
出たら
Bravery,
薬草
we'll
を
go ahead and
使っ
talk
てから
about
逃
run
げま
rates
す
real
か。
quick, as that is something that it tends to be a big factor in RPG speedruns. With Dragon Quest 1 and 2, the Super Famicom version runs with the same kind of engine and rule set
出ま
as
した。
Dragon
こ
Quest
こで
5. And the way running works in that
いや
game
どうし
is
よう。
your first attempt to
と
run
りあえ
is
ず
a
可能
it's a
性
flat
はあるから
50-50.
行きま
That's
す
your
か。
first attempt. Your second attempt is a 3 out of
この場合
3 out
は
of 4, and your next attempt after that is a 7 out of 8. And from that point onward, it is
やばいな。
always a 7 out of 8. You are never guaranteed to run from anything in this game. But I would say about 80 or 90% of the time you're gonna run on that third attempt. But you do have to be careful because you're never guaranteed to run, and especially here in the Spring of
私
Bravery,
は
these
持ってないんで
rats
す
here
よ
on
ね。
the left
薬
side of the
草を詰
screen
め込んでしまったので
can do quite a bit of damage. Fortunately, there was only the one there.
違う。
But yeah, you want to be careful. You don't want to run out of herbs too quickly. Sunless does have 2 left and just picked 1 up. So we'll be using that to make sure that
これはつ
our
いて
HP
ほ
is
しい
topped
な。
off. There's an old man here in this
Yabai.
cave that we need to talk to in order to advance the little side quest of picking up Cannock. And once we talk to him, then we can go ahead and take a death warp. One thing I'll also point out here, if you pay attention to the way Sandless is walking, you will notice that he tends to walk either up or down into the corners of walls. This is a very specific thing to this version of this game. You'll notice that Sunless, the hero here, can walk on half tiles. And when you are walking up or down into the corner of a wall, so right here, Sunless was holding down as he walked into the corner of the wall. And what happens is when you press down on the corner of a wall, the game will push you either right or left, depending on which way you were going before. And on that right or left step, you cannot get an encounter on that step. And the number that ticks down to the next encounter will also not tick down. And so basically, you're basically doing a lot of walking into walls to minimize the number of encounters you get over the course of the run. And if you just keep an eye on the way Soundless is walking, you will see that this is happening constantly. While we do need experience and money, we still obviously want to go fast, so we will be minimizing the encounters as much as possible by using this half-step technique. And so now we talk to the old man in the Spring of Bravery, and we took our death warp, and now we are going to go to the town of Leftwind to go ahead and pick up our first buddy.
バブルスライム、羽、ダメなんですよ。どの作品でも経験値が多くて美味しいんですけど。
And once we have picked up Prince Sama here, we're going to go into a much longer menuing section because that copper sword that we picked up in the first chest back in Mightenhall Castle, we went ahead and sold that. We have no weapons. And all of Cannock's gear that he has is also going to be sold. And so right now, Silas is selling the lottery tickets that he picked up from the item vendor in Mightenhall. And then we're going to be doing a series of buying and selling like we did before, because we want to stock up on herbs because we have no other way of healing. So we're going to be buying a bunch of medical herbs, a few antidote herbs, because there are babbles and snakes between here and the next town that we're going to go to that can poison us. So we want to make sure we have antidote herbs for that. And then, once again, Sunless is following a very specific order of buying and selling to guarantee that the shopkeeper is going to give him a number of lottery tickets that he will then, once he's done here at this item shop, he's going to go up to the weapon and armor shop here in Leftwind and sell all of those lottery tickets in order to buy weapons and armor for Mightenhall.
256を超えるときに。奇数と偶数を入れ替えて姫野の翼から買えばまた条件を満たすから。最後に今手持ちの薬草がないので薬草を増やすためにちょっと買い物して最後に手荷物を埋めて終了です。武器を買います。 OK。行ってきます。今回は薬草を増やしたので強い方を通っていきます。
So now that we've purchased weapons and armor for our
こ
heroes,
こからレベル上げでござい
so
ま
we're
す。
still level 1. So Silas is going to go ahead and start fighting things to ideally get Cannock
23になっ
to
て
level
しまいました
3. So we
ね。
want
サマリトリア。
Maidenhall and Cannock to be level 3 before we head
ヒッ
through
トポイントは
the
ロー
shrine
ラの門をくぐ
towards
ることができないの
the
で
town outside of Moonbrook. Those of you familiar with the NES version or Game Boy Color version of this game know that you'll know that there is a cave kind of off to the west here, where you would normally go to get the silver key. We'll be getting that. We'll be coming back here
こ
later
れは
to get that after we
困っ
get
た
the ship,
な。いや、これ
because
は
we don't
困
need
っ
the
た。
silver key yet, and if we wait to get it later, it'll be a lot easier to
8
get.
8の21。
So we're just gonna do a little bit of cozy grinding, like I said, to
仕
get
方ないので
our
行きますけ
levels
ど。
up before heading south towards town outside of Moonbrook, Moonpeta in the Japanese version.
安全に行くならもう一回右で食べたい感じ。これは良くないですね。ここで2人回復ですか。保険はかけましょう。
Encounter handling in Dragon Quest II is easily the single most important part
全部
of the
最低ダメー
speedrun,
ジだと足りない
knowing
んで。
how to handle your encounters as efficiently as possible, and that doesn't just necessarily mean killing things as fast as possible. It also means doing things in a way that's going to conserve your resources.
レベルが
So
3になりまし
Cannock
た。
was defending for most of that fight because he doesn't actually
レ
deal
ベル3
damage
に
right
な
now.
るとダメージ減
And
少
so
が
we
1
want to
点
conserve
増えるんで、
his HP as much as we possibly can while we're
相手
clearing the
からの
fight.
ダメージが減る。なので戦いやすい。現在27で
This King Cobra here
通常
is the
ここ
reason
を歩
why
くのは
we pick up
難しいんで
antidote
すけど、
herbs when we're doing that buying
レ
and
ベル
selling
が3になっ
process
てい
over
る
in
ので
Leftwin, as they can poison and
戦闘しや
you're not
すい。
supposed to be making this walk that we're making right now at level 3. Also, you'll notice that Sunless is walking back and forth on these tiles. He's doing that for a specific reason. There are encounter zones in all Dragon Quest games. Basically, if you were to walk another tile down, he would be getting a different set of encounters that are a little bit
レ
tougher.
ベル3だから
And so it's
ちょ
better
っ
to
と
force a
強気
fight
に息
here
まかせてみましょ
where
う。
the enemies are a little bit weaker, and then you want to move south from there. And
How's
Cannock
the-
just picked up the Fireball spell, so once we
これもらう。
make it to Moonpeta
あ、そう
and
です
take
か。
the inn, Cannock will have
危
access
ない
to
ね。
that and will be able to deal damage accordingly.
今のように最低ダメージだと倒せないことがありますので気をつけましょう。さて、あとなんところですね。また難しいところですね。ここを通るためにレベル4の3を稼いでます。レベル3の3だと16分の1で落ちちゃうんで。
And we've made it safely to Moonpeta. And so we're gonna take this in here, and then there's in the north part of this town, there is a dog that is wandering around. And if we were to talk to that dog, it would follow us like as though it was a
ルー
party
は
member,
ポイントを
even
設
though
定
it's
する
not,
ために
which is a little bit of a mystery. There's a person
整理し
here
ます。
who A few people mention an item called the Mirror of Ra, which can be used to dispel curses. We are going to go pick that
鏡
up
を
right
取りに行
now
きます。
because we do want to get Moonbrook into our party as soon as possible. She is an absolutely amazing
これ
character
は
in
や
this
ばい。
game. And so during
いや、
this
逃がして
portion
くれ
of
ま
the
せん
run,
かね。
we're going to go back. We were fighting for
ありがとう。
experience, but now we really just want
今日は
to
運
get
がいいな。
to that mirror as
素晴ら
quickly
し
as we
い。
possibly can. So Silas is going to be running
あの、
from every fight that he gets into. And the path that he is taking is also very specific. There are some encounter zones that we absolutely want to avoid because, again, we are
あ、
nowhere
そう
near
です
equipped
か。
enough for this.
危な
Oh
い。
dear. We do have some sleep ants here. The ant on
ド
the
ラク
left
エ
side
に
of the
は
screen there
同
has the
じこ
sleep
とが
spell and
起きや
actually
すいん
managed
で
to
す
put
よ。
both characters to sleep. Sleep is a devastating status ailment in this game because unlike other games,
だか
you do
ら
not wake
一
up
人
when
寝
you
た
are
ら
attacked,
もう一人も寝やす
and
い
you
んで
can
すよ
more or
ね。
less sleep indefinitely. So fortunately, Silas was able to avoid
ちょっ
getting
と
wiped
困っ
there.
ちゃう。
Again, you're seeing that half tile technique where again he's kind of intentionally walking up into the corners of the rivers here, just to try to minimize the amount of encounters he gets. And so now we
終わ
have
っ
the
て
Mirror
み
of
れ
Ra,
ばなかなか
and we
順
use
調
the
じゃないです
Wing of
か。
the Wyvern to head right back to Moonpeta. We
いいです
saved here
ね。
before leaving so that this would be our return spot. And now we can use the Mirror of Ra to dispel the curse and pick up our third party member.
では、ここで22分切れてるならばいいんじゃないでしょうか。一番最初ちょっと遅れてしまったんで1分ぐらい。薬草4枚使いましたからね。
So Nana, the name given to our princess here, is
さて、
level
今日
1,
はどう
and
な
we
るか。
want to get her to about level 3, ideally level
ここ
4,
から足を
before
止
we
め
head
て
to the
稼ぎ
Tower
ま
of
す。
Wind. That's going to be our next goal. So we are going to do a
あ
little
ん
bit
ま
of
り
grinding
足
here
は
just
止めた
outside
くないんで
Moonpeta.
すけど。
One thing of note is that Nana starts out with a couple of with one really useful spell and gets another really useful spell really quickly. So she starts out with
まだ
heal
危険
more,
だな。
and then at level 2 she gets the sleep spell.
とりあえ
And
ずこうですか。
as I mentioned before, the sleep status is absolutely devastating, and that works in favor of the enemies when they cast it, but it also works in favor of your party when you cast it. These kind of ape-looking things, they're called mandrills. This one that's still on the screen here, they're very, very susceptible to sleep, which is good because they also punch really hard. That lore just, Maidenhall just nearly got taken out
こ
there
れ
by
は
one.
薬草を渡すか。
But once we clear this fight, Nana is going to get level 2, and she will have that sleep spell. And not only does she have both sleep and heal more at level 2, but her agility is naturally very, very high.
でどこま
And
で
so
稼ぐかな
we
んですけど。
can, for the bulk of this run, we can actually count on
とりあえず
Nana
これで出
taking the
発は
first
できます。
action in any given
でも
round of
MP が
combat.
余ってるんで。
So we're going to be leaning on that here, especially in this this miniature grinding
MP
section.
が
We're
なく
going to
な
be
るまで
leaning
は
on Nana's ability to outspeed
稼いで
everything
い
by
きま
having
しょ
her
う。
put things to sleep. So when you see the little animation with purple bubbles on it, it means that that monster was put to sleep. And there's an interesting thing with targeting in this game. These mandrills came in a group of 2, and one of them was put to
4
sleep.
枚ですか。
And when you put something to sleep in this game, my apologies. Question in chat. Who's talking in the background? My name is Lavkian. I'm a member of the Dragon Quest speedrun community, and as Sanlis is Japanese, I was asked to provide English commentary for the run. But yeah, so just gonna continue this grind here before we head on over to the Tower of Wind.
エンカウントの内容もいいですからね。
These lizard flies here on the left side of the
さすが
screen
に
are
それ
the
は先
enemies
行
that
前
we
提
really
でいい
want to
です
see
か
in
さ
this
すが
portion of the
にや
run.
め
They
よう
give the most experience and are actually not particularly dangerous compared to other enemies that we can see. But again, fortunately, the mandrills that you see on your screen right now are very susceptible to the same spell, so we'll be
663
leaning
に
on
なりま
that
した
as we get. Once Nana gets
こ
to
れで
level
もう
4,
風の塔に
she
行け
will
るんで
get
す
the
けど
Boggy spell. That's known as Infernos in
もう
English versions,
MP
or
が
I
余
believe
ってます
Whoosh
ので
is the more modern English name.
まだありますので
Basically, it's the first group offensive spell that you get, and it'll be very important to have before we head to the Tower of Wind. Yep, Sandless makes extensive use of
ここはじっ
text-to-speech.
くり行きましょう
So
か稼い
even
でる
when
理由なん
even
で
when
すけど
Sunless isn't when Sunless is just doing speedruns on their own, they always have the
ム
TTS
ーンブル
on
ク
their
のレベ
stream
ル4になる
so
と
that all
真空を
runners
覚えるん
can
ですね
enjoy what's going on.
マリ言えないの攻撃呪文ですねこれがめちゃくちゃ強いので最後まで使いますから というわけで5分かけて稼ぎ終了
So Nana is almost to level 4, and we are going to before we head over to the Tower of Wind to get the Wind Mantle required item to advance the plot,
マン
we are
ド
going
リ
to go
ルは
over to Moonbrook
60%
Castle.
ですね
Normally, you would go there to find out that the princess had in fact been cursed and turned into a dog. We had the benefit of knowing that beforehand, but we do want to go to Moonbrook Castle anyway for a couple of reasons. One is that there are some free stat boosting items available. Specifically, there is a life nut and a magic nut that we can use to slightly boost the MP and HP of one character.
いや
Those
こ
are
れ
both
がベ
actually
ルト
going
を
to be
くれ
going
る
to
ので
the
や
Prince
め
of
ていただ
Cannock
きた
once
い
they're picked up. Silas appears to be just short of level 4 on Nana. Wants to have that Inferno
首危
spell
険ブロック
before going into Moonbrick Castle, as some of the encounters that could be a
こ
little
の
bit
段階
annoying
の
to
ド
deal
ロップ
with
は大体なんであっても
before
嬉しいで
getting
す
that group offensive magic. Sandless
あ
just
ま
got
り良くない エンカウントですが
so you
と
can
りあえ
get
ず目
random
標は
drops
達成した
at
の
the
で
end of
いいでしょう
encounters. I believe it's based on the enemy you killed last, the enemy you killed to end the fight. And yeah, any drops that you get right now are nice because you can sell them for items later. Question in chat, is there any RNG around what level you get a spell, or is it fixed? In this version, it is fixed. In Dragon Quest 3, 3 there is some variance in when you would learn a spell, but in this, in fact, not only are this... So the levels at which you learn spells are fixed. The stats that you gain on each level are also
何がいい
fixed.
かというとこれですね
So, for example, so Nana right now just hit level
先
4.
にレベルを入れてい
Her
ると
HP and MP are always going to be the exact same values at level 4 every
そ
single
の後
time.
の戦闘時間が
Which is
め
actually
ちゃ
really,
くちゃ
really
少なく
nice.
なるので
For specific parts of the game, you can know exactly what your HP
不
thresholds
幸な
are.
時にタイ
And as
ム
I
を抑
mentioned
えることが
before,
できる
Nana tends to outspeed most enemies. And that's something that you can count on at certain points in the run, as long as she's the
MP が
right
余っ
level.
てるんでこれも食べますこれはねこっちで
So
すね
these living dead is what they're called in Japanese. These zombies here on the left side of the screen are the reason why we wanted that Inferno spell before we get here, because they have a ton of HP. Silas noted that because he has a little bit of extra MP in reserve, he's going to go ahead and take this fight. Normally you wouldn't, just because, again, it does take a little bit of extra time to take those out, but we want the money and experience, so we're going to do it. And now we are back to the place where we saw the king and the princess of Moonbrook about half an hour ago. And so sitting on the ground, we do have that Nut of Life, and also the MP seed, and the HP seed that we gave to Cannock rolled the maximum value of 6, so that's wonderful. That's the only stat variance that there is in this game, is what you get off of your stat seeds. Unfortunately, the MP seed that we gave to Nana, I believe, rolled the minimum, but we account for that in the route, so, you know, it's a little unfortunate, but nothing game-ending. Oh, right, and as Silas just said, I did mean to mention this before, the Moonbrook Castle is the first place that you can potentially see metal slimes. There are several other places that we can see metal slimes, and there's a special trick that is unique to the Super Famicom version for fighting metal slimes. If we see one later, or if we see a metal battle towards the end, I'll talk about it then. But yeah, we need a ton of experience in this game, so any metal enemies that we can kill are going to save us a ton of time.
戦闘時間がどれだけかかるかとか、どこで稼ぐのが効率いいかとか、そういうのが重要になってくるんで。
These particular monsters on your screen, centipedes and megapedes in the English version, they're more or less impossible to kill with basic attacks. They have a ton of defense power, and so again, this is where that Inferno spell comes in extreme handy. It differs a little bit from Firebane in that if you look at the damage values, the Inferno spells or the Whoosh family of spells have a wide damage range, so it can either do a ton of damage or maybe a little damage, depending on just how lucky you get. But again, it's our only group targeting spell, so we'll be leaning on that a lot.
ホイミスライムとリビングデッドは倒すのも難しいので逃げましょう。これしか出ないな。革の鎧。革の鎧。福引券の2倍ですね。とても美味しいですが。ここでレベルが入る。リザードフライが出た時の半分なんですよね。経験値が。ちょっと良くないですね。
So now we're here in the Tower of Wind, and Silas is going to do something that you're going to see happen a few times in this run. He went up and down those stairs right there. One of the things that happens in most Dragon Quest games in the remakes is when you go up and down a stair, when you go in and out of a town or a cave or anything, anytime you're transitioning screens, the value that is ticking down towards the next encounter will reset. And so we call it an encounter reset when you go up and down stairs like that. And so basically, We did see Sunless get one encounter on that first floor. It's possible that he would have gotten two. It's also possible to make the walk from one staircase to another with absolutely no encounters at all, and that would have been ideal. But regardless, going up and down stairs is something you're going to see, and it's really
ムー
just
ン
to
ベルク
try
の
and
レベル
minimize
が
the
4
number
な
of
いことが
encounters.
あるんですけど、それだと今みたいなお化け、ネズミのエンカウントが危ないので、かなり危ないですから。最初に食べておく
So
こ
here
とは、
is the Cape of Wind. We need that
事故の
to
防止の
kind
た
of
めにも重要です。
parachute our way across a river. Probably about 20 minutes or so from now. Again, a required story item.
こ
Now,
っちにしてみ
for
ま
those
し
of
た。
you who have only played the NES version,
いろいろある
you
ん
may
で、
wonder why Sunless is still in this tower, because while we know that there's a chest at the top, in the NES version there is actually nothing in it. The developers, they actually, instead of just saying that they forgot to code something there, they just kind of said, well, we can leave it up to the player's imagination what was actually in that treasure chest. But when they did the remakes, they did put items in those chests. And once we get to the top of this tower, we are going to get our first prayer ring.
出ると
Prayer
思っ
rings
た。
are incredibly valuable items. They are the only way to
こ
restore
れは
MP
ちょっと厳し
outside
い
of
ので
going to an
MP
inn.
を残します。
We're gonna pick up 4 of them
防
over the
御
course of
さ
the
れちゃ
run.
った。
There are enemies that could drop them, but that is extremely
それは厳しいな。
rare and shouldn't be counted on. So every single prayer ring that we pick up over the course of the run is going to be extremely precious.
一発残します。何か出たら使いますけど。何も出ないことを祈りたいです。出たよ。一回逃げてみようか。まあ、これなら勝負しようか。もう一回出ることもありますからね。リビングデッドは言語枠も持ってるんで。マヌーサ。これを受けるとちょっと MP がないからやばいんで。
Yes. Sunless was mentioning just now another reason why we ideally don't want to fight those zombies that we saw in both Moonbrook and in the Tower of Wind is they have the spell Menusa or Surround. I don't know the modern English name off the top of my head, but basically,
もうちょっ
if
と待って
you or an
ね。ちょっ
enemy are
と
hit
待
by
ってください。
Surround, your physical accuracy is reduced
大丈夫だね。
dramatically. We will be using that
失
spell
礼
once
し
we
まし
get
た。
it. And then if it's cast on us, I mean, Maidenhall not knowing any spells, it basically makes him useless. So we want to fight enemies that have surround, we want to fight them as little as possible. Also, before leaving Moonpeta, Sunless did a little bit of an equipment upgrade. We bought the steel sword for... Oh, modern spell name is Dazzle, thank you. So we bought a steel sword for Maidenhall. And we took the chain sickle that Maidenhall was using and we gave it to Cannock. And so now Mighted Hall and Canuck
薬草にします。
can do some pretty decent damage with their physical attacks.
選択理由
And then
なんで
that's
すけど、
the prayer ring and any remaining herbs are going to go to
最
Nana.
大38ですから。30回復したいんですよね。回復力25から30で、薬草の回復量が20から35です。最大は薬草の方が高いんで。
It's fairly rare that you ever have to do this, but Nana had gotten poisoned from that last encounter, and there is a priest in this shrine that does all the things a
ま
priest
ああるも
does.
のは使いましょう。
They can revive a dead character, uncurse, and they can also remove poison. And so it's
めちゃくちゃ
it's
歩
rare
け
that
た
you
の
ever
は
have
と
to
ても
use
嬉し
ask
い。
that priest to detoxify somebody, but he is there if you need it. And the desert here is the second place that you could potentially see metal slimes. However, they do tend to come with some relatively dangerous enemies. I don't think they can appear by themselves in this zone, but we're out of that zone, and a lot of the enemies here are dangerous. Wow, that was a really, really, really nice walk.
薬草
That
を
is
使った
absolutely
の
what you
が
want to
ちょっ
see
と
in
も
this
ったい
section.
ないですね。
And so now we're going to make our way up the tower. And again, for anyone who wasn't here for the beginning of the run, this is the place where it's easiest to see the half-tiling walking technique that I've mentioned before. Once Sunless gets out of this fight, you're going to see him walk straight up, and you're going to notice that his characters are kind of hanging
あ
off
んまり
this
入っ
pit
てないけど、
because he's aligned a half tile relative to the wall here. And so again, once he walks into the wall, whether he's walking up or whether he's walking down, he can't get an encounter on that half tile. And so again, that's just something that we're going to be doing all throughout the run to make sure we get as few encounters as possible.
"一番悩むエンカウントが出ました。
For this particular fight, Sunless is
一番良くないのは
prioritizing
眠ることですか
yeah,
ら。
he said the most troublesome encounter came out. So those enemies that were there on the right, the man-eaters, they're one of
今
the
の
first
はま
enemies
あ
that you
キー
see
ターを最優先で
with
すね。
Sweet Breath,
Man
which
eater.
is an ability that can put one or all
念
party
のた
members
め
to
確
sleep.
認。
And so two man-eaters, along with two mandrills who hit really, really hard.
ここから
If
飛
things
び降
go
りる
bad
と、
for you, you can just get completely destroyed. So
上から
fortunately,
飛び降りると、
Sunless was able to take that fight out with no problems.
隣につくん
And
で
with
す
the
け
Cape
ど、
of Wind, we jump off the southern dragon horn and
風のマン
float
トを
across
つ
the
けて
river.
ないことがたま
And then
に
we're
ある
going
ん
to
で、
come back into the north side of the dragon's horn because there is an important item here that we need.
つけてないと登り直しですから。
So right here on the third floor of the Dragon's Horn, we're going to search and we're
隣の
going
指
to
輪を使
find
うことにな
the
るでしょう。
Dew's Yarn here. In the NES version of Dragon Warrior 2, you can basically search any tile and you have a chance at finding the Dew's Yarn. In the Super Famicom version, they put it in a specific
これは
spot.
ちょっと怖
So
い
we
な。
just have to go to that spot and pick it up. And there's one more item that we're going to pick up later, and we're going to
まあ、
we're
防
going
御
to
状
combine
態
those
なら
two items to create one of the best pieces of armor in the
サ
game.
ボっちゃいますか。
So just want to go ahead and pick that up while we're here.
あら。素晴らしい。28は無理ですね。次に何か出たらやばいので、これは回復。
Alrighty, so we made the walk
45分ですか。
all the
そう
way
ですか。
from Moonpeta to Rupugana. It's the Japanese name of this town. I believe
まあ、
it's
4分ほ
Lianport
ど遅れ
in
ました
the
かね。
NES version. Question in chat, Speed Wobble, the girl talking is the
ここまでの
vocoder
道中の
voice. I
経
don't know
験
the
値
technical
効
term
率
for
は
it.
そこまで良くないの
It's
で、
what Sunless uses on their stream.
この序盤の遅れ
So
は
it's
最後
just
まで響くんで
it
す
takes
が、
their voice and turns it into that voice that you hear. That's more or less the person who's running talking.
まあ、これは
But now we're
魔
here
除けの
in
鈴も買え
Rupugana
ますか。
or Lianport in the NES version.
鎖
If
が
they
回
change
っ
the
て
name in
ま
the
す
Game
か
Boy
ら。
Color version, I don't know it off the top of my head. But
鎖が回っ
regardless,
て余っている。
we bought the clothes hiding for Moonbrook. She's going to be wearing that for most of the run. It's a pretty amazing piece of gear as it boosts her evasion rate dramatically. And she really only has one other option for armor, and we're not going to be picking that up for a while. So the clothes hiding is going to stay on for a while. Now, we have this fight here with these two gremlins. We do need to clear this fight in order to get the boat. And sometimes these gremlins can be a little bit rude, but for the most part, it's a pretty safe fight to clear. So we did that, and now this young girl is going to go talk to her grandfather, and as thanks for saving her, he's going to give us a boat. But before we get on that boat, there is a strength seed sitting right over here in the dirt. And I believe we're going to be giving that to Maidenhall here in a little bit
眉毛の鈴も持ってますから、
his attack power.
力の種は後ろで吟味するように取っておきましょう。魔除けの鈴。眉毛じゃないです。なんてこった。危ないよ。これがあるんでね。
So now that we have the boat, one thing that is fairly common in Dragon Quest runs is to hit up a bunch of towns for return points. You always return to the town that you saved at last in Dragon Quest 2. But we are going to be doing a bit of a world tour in order to pick up some things that we missed and pick up some things that we are going to need later. Another nice thing about having the boat and being out here on the ocean is that ocean encounters tend to give a lot more money than we have been getting up to this point. And just a note about what Soundless was saying a moment ago, I had mentioned earlier that the spell that you're seeing animated right now, this little tornado animation, that's the Inferno spell or the Whoosh spell, and it has a range of something like 16 to 35 damage or something like that. And so yeah, the minimum damage is 16. That's what Soundless was mentioning a moment ago.
海のお金はとても美味しい肉の2倍です。これは結構歩いちゃったんで。
So right now, we are looking for the town of
調整
he
しな
has
くて
to
よかっ
force an
た。
encounter
遠
right
い
here.
で
If
す
he
ね。
goes one half tile north, there are going to be encounters that are we're not supposed to be
と言っ
here.
ても危ない
If
で
he
す
gets
か
an
ら。
encounter between here and Sahan, that encounter is just going to completely ruin us. We don't want that
危
to
ない
happen.
危ない。
So we force a fight here, and then that way we can sail into Sahan with no
こ
problem.
れをやっても出るときは出るんで。
And specifically, the reason why we come here is this is where we pick up the golden key. There are 3 different keys in this game. They open 3 different kinds of doors. So the golden key is the second of the 2 keys. Normally, you would,
あま
if
り
you're
歩
playing
数が
casually,
溜
you
ま
would
っ
get
て
the
ない
silver
時
key
で
first.
5%
But we
でちょっ
don't
と
need
溜
it
まっ
up
て
to
る
this
と
point. So
10% ぐらいあ
we
った
kind of
と
put that
思い
off
ますが。
until later when it is easier to get. And so now that we do have that golden key, the first thing that we're able to access with it is
調整することで、例え
this
ば
set of treasure chests
2% ぐ
here.
らいまで下げられ
We're
る
going
ん
to
で、
pick up an herb, we're going to pick up another strength seed, a bunch of gold, and we're going to pick up another HP and MP seed so that we can boost our stats. Also, the last item we picked up is essentially Erdrick's token,
宿泊するので
which will
MP
allow
多
us
効果が高い
to
です
pick
か
up
ら
some of
先
Erdrick's
に使い
gear.
ます。
Speed wobble, more or less,
で、
yes.
ここで
The
力の
Japanese
ためと
runner
命の好みを
always uses this voice modulator whenever they do speed runs.
まず
So
ルーラを
the
ここに
kind
合
of
わせる。
experience that you're getting here in terms of that kind of
復活
robotic,
拠
that
点で
machine
すね。
voice, that's what you'll always hear. And the
で、それから
text-to-speech translation is always present on Soundless's stream.
6ですか。
And so now we are going to go ahead
3です
and
か。リセッ
save.
トしていいですか。
And we're going to use all of the stat seeds that we picked up. Oh, some unfortunate rolls there. Oh, okay. So we saved.
最
We're
近
gonna
力が
reset.
3の時
We
に
got some really
力が
bad
7
rolls
以
on
下
those
になる
strength
ことって
seeds.
結構多いんで。
So Soundless has decided that he wants to try again on that one.
じゃあセーブしよう。ヒットポイント6が出たから。
Got a max roll on
じゃあ
that
行きますか。
HP seed for Canuck, so we're going to go ahead and
呼んだ
save
らいい
to
です。
lock that in.
これで力が8
And
以
we
上
got
にならない。
so
確
the
率は
strength seeds roll
27
1
で
to
すから。
3, and we got a total of 4 out of those 2 strength
27。
seeds. So Soundless has decided that that's acceptable, and we're going to.
27。言えてない。3分の1を3回です。それがなければ大丈夫。なんでまあ力4以上だったら大丈夫かなと。
And in this, we're gonna pick up Roto's helmet, Erdrick's helmet.
外しただ
And
け
so
だっ
again,
た。
that's one of the things that we picked up
渡せな
back
かった
in
ね。
Maidenhall Castle
渡
was
しますか。
Erdrick's
こ
token.
こで
And so we presented to this guy here to get him to move aside and pick up the helmet. Alongside picking up the helmet, we also unequipped the wind cape. We don't
待って
actually
るの
need it
か見つ
anymore.
けた。
That's going to get stashed away once we have access to a stash. And then before we leave here, we're going to stop for half a second and pick up the Sun Crest. So there are
この
5
場合は
crests in
悩
this
まし
game
いけ
that
ど
are
調整で
required
す。
items in order to finish. And we just picked up the first one.
経験値
And
自
here
体もちょっ
on
と
this
足りてない
little
んで。
island, this little tree here, when we search it, we're
足
going to
り
get
て
an
ないと言
item
ったが、
called Leaf
ネ
of the
ットを
World
さ、
Tree.
ボールは出るとは言っ
And
ていな
that
い。
is the only means of reviving a dead character outside of going to a priest. So the World Tree Leaf is very precious. We can only have one at a time. You can always come back and get another one if you need it, but ideally that's not going to happen. So we're going to pick this one up here, and we're going to hold on to it as long as we can. And again, you may have noticed that Sunless was kind of sailing in a circle. We just like outside of Zahan, we want to force an encounter here because the encounters on this island are a bit too strong for us right now. So we want to make sure we don't get an encounter on that island, and we have our World Tree Leaf. We are on our way now to Iroquois is the Japanese name of this town. I do not remember the English name off the top of my head. It is where we can get the Jailer's Key as well as the Watergate Key. And there will be a couple of shopping trips here later as well.
さっき戦闘画面で見えてたところの白い山のところなんですけど、そこを越えたかどうかで調整するかどうかを決めてます。
Speed wobble, that depends. That kind of changes from game to game. There are some differences between the NES version of Dragon Warrior 2 and the Famicom version of Dragon Warrior 2 are fairly different. The Super Famicom version was never released in the United States, unfortunately, which is why this is only ever played in Japanese. So yeah, so this version of this game only exists in Japan. And for the Game Boy Color remakes, as far as I know, there are no differences between the Japanese and English versions. So at that item shop just now, Sunless bought a few herbs just to top off to make sure he has some for healing. The blank item in that slot was the Jailer's Key, which we needed to go find. Roge Fastfinger was the guy that he talked to up there in the northeast part of town and gave him the Watergate Key. We're not going to use that Watergate Key for a while, but it is a required item, so we just go ahead and pick that up while we're here.
And
yeah, Sadless points out, as with any RPG, but especially this one, item management is very important. Inventory space in this game in particular is very limited, so you need to keep in mind who has what items and where they are. So right here, Sadless was aware that Maidenhall's bag was full, so he took a prayer ring out of Maidenhall's bag and gave it to Nana so that he would have room for Erdrick's shield. And we're going to go ahead and take this in here just for safety's sake.
微妙にお金も足りなくなってしまうので、これを売って水を買ってこれを売却。
I'm glad you're enjoying it, Aphex. I have been a member of the Dragon Quest speedrun community for a few years now, and well, obviously, being able to read Japanese is a pretty significant barrier. It is always nice to have people watch these runs. I myself prefer runs that are played straight, as few glitches as possible, and that is true for pretty much all the Super Famicom versions of Dragon Quest speedruns. They're all pretty much played straight up. So I find that more fun to watch and more fun to do, so great to have you all here, hanging out with us in the middle of the night, just chilling, watching some Dragon Quest 2. As I had said before, so this is the place where we get the silver key, and normally you would do this before getting Moonbrook, but we're doing it now specifically because one of the items that Sunless bought in Cannock Castle before coming to this cave is an item called Holy Water. And the way holy water works is that when you're in an enemy zone like this cave here, the game is going to look at the highest level character and compare it to the enemies in that
ス
zone.
テータスアップアイテム
And when you
金の
have
鍵があり
fairy
ま
water
す
active, it's basically going to make it so that you can't get encounters.
金の
I
鍵
believe
は
that
シ
we're
ナリ
going
オ
to
ク
be
リア
using
に
that
必
after
須で
we
は
get
な
out
い
of
ん
this
です
cave.
が
Because all the monsters in here
こ
are
の
way
後
too weak.
悪
There's no
魔
point
神
fighting
官
them. I believe we're at a level where
こ
we're
れを倒し
guaranteed
たい
to
ので
run. So coming here much later when we're a higher level
ファ
just
ミ
makes
コン
this a
版だ
lot
と
more
地獄の使いなんですけど NES
And we have the silver key, and I missed it before. The chest that Sunless opened a moment ago had an agility seed. We are going to be giving. We're going to pick up 2 agility seeds during this run, and we're going to give them both to Nana because it is very important. We more or less rely on her going first in most situations. And so giving the agility seeds is basically just going to make that much more likely.
道具としての性能も優秀なんですけどめちゃくちゃ高く売れますのでそのためですね
And yeah, Sunless is
なんと
talking
か
about
1
something
時
that's
間
going to
1
be
分です
coming
が
up
ちょっ
here.
とは負けましたね
I want to say about 10 or 15 minutes from
た
now.
だレベルが
We're
ちょ
going
っ
to
と
be
ないん
fighting
で
an evil clown in the basement of Maidenhall Castle. That evil
ど
clown
ちらか
drops
と
the
いうと
Staff of
低レベ
Thunder,
ルよりも進
which is
行で
useful
す
as an item and also sells for a ton of money. And so we're going to be selling that later to pick up some gear for
持っ
ourselves.
てないよ
But before that, now that we have picked up the silver key
ちょっ
and
と事情
have
があっ
left
たん
the
で
lake cave, we're going to go back to
食べること
Zahan
にしました
because there are a couple of items that we still need to get.
これが理由です
Whenever I watch this part of the speedrun being performed, I'm always
バ
kind
リ
of
アの
holding
ダ
my
メージ
breath
を受けない小技を使い
because
なが
you
ら
see this kind of gorgeous looking blue and white here. These
バリ
are
ア
barrier
渡りを
tiles.
行います
You're meant to have the step guard spell here
おっと危ない
because
落
for
ち着
every
いて
half step that you take, here,
そもそ
every
も
character
ミ
is
スは
going
ダメ
to
よ
take 7 damage. And so Sunless is going to be walking very, very carefully and healing at very specific points in order to make sure that nobody dies. You really, really, really don't want anybody to die here, and it is completely preventable. You can, as long as you do your actions in the right order, you can make sure that no one here dies to these damage spells. Now this item here is the Magic Loom, which is the other item needed to make one of the best pieces of armor in the game.
これ大丈夫かな
The water flying clothes,
ぴったり
which will be eventually going over to Nana.
ありがとう
And now that we've picked that up, we are going to head over to the right side of these barrier tiles, and we're going to pick up our second prayer ring. Anyone who wasn't around for the earlier explanation, and if you're not familiar with the Dragon Quest series, the prayer ring is the only item that will allow you to restore your MP outside of going to an inn.
間違えた
So prayer rings are extremely precious.
何やってる
When you use a prayer ring, it will restore, I want to say it's like between 25 and 30
キメ
MP,
ラそっちじゃないよ
and it has about a 1 in 10
Nice.
chance of breaking.
ちょっと待って
They,
待
they
って
can,
待
in
って
theory, be used over and over and over again.
宿泊
but,
忘れた落ち着いてくだ
They
さい
do. They will eventually break. So
なんかう
they're
っかりしてま
extremely
すね
important, particularly for the end game. So we want to use them as little as possible. We may see Silas use them in a couple of different places
まあよくある
before we
こと
get
で
to
す。
Roan. But ideally, they're just gonna kind of chill in our bag until we get to the end game.
せっかくな
So
ん
now that
で
we've gotten
気の
back
気
to
の
Mightenhall
腰ルート
Castle,
にしますか。
we go ahead and take this in. We want to top off our stats because again, we're going to be fighting an evil clown. If you're familiar with the NES
4
version
です
of
か。
this
じゃ
game,
あそのまま。
you'll know that you can pick up multiple stabs of thunder in that version. That's not true here. You can only pick up one, and not only can you only pick up one, but they actually upgraded
間違
the
えた
monster that
後
you
は
have to fight
気
in
を
order
つけ
to
な
get
けれ
it.
ばいけませんね。
The fight in the NES version is relatively trivial. It's the same one that you would see in the Undersea Cave. In this version, this enemy that Silas is about to fight, you normally would not see this enemy until Hargon's Castle. This enemy is really nasty. There's a decent chance
ま
that
だ継
there are
続
going
し
to be a
てい
couple
る。
of resets here depending on what happens. But basically, the first thing we need to do is land Stop Spell.
危ない。
Kanok here is going to cast Stop Spell, and we saw the animation. That means it works.
しょうがないな。
And now we're going to. Oh dear, ideally there we would have used
9
surrounds
分の2と
to make it so that the evil clown can't hit us. But unfortunately, the evil clown punched down, and before she even had a chance to cast
両
the
方
spell,
ですね。
so we had to reset. This is a pretty common point for
ま
resets.
た4ですか。そうですか。
But since we're right here in Mightenhall Castle, all we gotta do is walk back down to the basement and try again.
リセットしたんだったら6とか引いてほしいな。
But yeah, the first order of business is to cast Stop Spell
今
so
のは
that
イオナ
the
ズンの
evil
後の
clown
攻
can't
撃
cast
2回なん
Explode
で
it over and
何
over
を
and
や
over.
っても無理でしたね。
And then we want to cast Surround so that his physical attacks have a much lower chance of landing. And then from that point on, just trying to recover our HP and use a combination of attacks from Mightenhall and spells from Kanok and Moonbrook to win the fight. So we did see a defense out of the evil clown first, which is great because it doesn't really do anything for the purposes of this fight. And we did see surround work, so ideally, if the evil clown chooses to do a regular attack, ideally it's going to miss.
当てに行くしかないですね。
Yeah, we saw a physical miss just there. Unfortunately, with Mightenhall being taken out, we are relying on. Oh, that is so unfortunate. With Mightenhall getting taken out, we're kind of reliant on Fireball and Infernos dealing damage. So this is a good chance to talk about
3回
spell
連続4なんで
resistances.
すけど。
So if you're familiar with the Final Fantasy series or a lot of other RPG series have this idea where if you're a fire enemy, you're weak to ice, or if you're an ice enemy, you're weak to fire, and then you're strong against the other elements. In Dragon Quest, resistances basically dictate whether or not a spell is going to work. There's no boosted damage or reduced damage values. Basically, this evil clown here just has a chance to not take any damage from a spell. And that is true of both the fire family of spells and the wind family of spells. And so when you find yourself reliant on magic to... Oh no, we got back attacked. That's a little unfortunate. Fortunately, he only cast defense, so not terrible. We got our stop spell off. And just like the first fight, we went to cast Surround with Nana, and Nana got punched in the face, so we were going to try again.
4回連続4なんですけど。ストレートだった場合、素早さの種が、1の1の力の種が、1の素早さの種が1ですか。これはひどいね。 そうですか。61ですか。
Oh
たま
dear,
にあります。
we got the defense spell twice out of the evil clown, and so Lord just got popped for his maximum health from one attack before we could get surround up.
忘れてた。これも4ですか。そうですか。
Oh, another 4! HP seeds roll 4 to 6, and that is absolutely wild. The difference in 1 or 2 HP off the HP seed isn't huge, but it is incredibly unlucky to roll minimum that many times. あっただよ。もう4。
今のは防御で防げてもあるんですけど。2回目がどうせ受からないっていう。そういうこともあるんで。あら。
Okay, so this time we saw increase out of the Devil Priest in the first turn. And so it's a little annoying because you want Maidenhall to be able to deal damage, but now we're at the most stable that we've been so far in trying to do this fight. So we can see Cannock trying to do Fireball, and we can see Moonbrook either trying to do Infernos or healing anyone who gets hit.
全部当ててくるね。
And so, yeah, now we're in a pretty stable position, at least as far as this fight goes. So hopefully we can clear it this time around.
これはひどい。 一回サボってみますか。
That was a clutch defend there. Maidenhall was defending, and if he wasn't, he would have died.
もうちょっと前に当たってくれたら使わずに済んだんですけど。
Alrighty, Akumishinkan no Yatsuketa. And now that we have cleared this fight, we're gonna get some levels. And I believe Sunless is noting that he did actually use the prayer ring on Nana, because Nana ran out of MP in the middle of that fight while she was
プ
casting
ラス
Heal
5分
More,
ですか。
because that fight dragged out for so long. But we won. We have our Staff of Thunder, and now we can move on to the next section. Right before Sunless started walking is when he went into his item bag and used holy water. And so that holy water basically makes it so that we can walk from Maidenhall down to the shrine without taking any encounters. So here we are in Durkendal Castle.
違うな。
This is where we're going to get another one of the 5 crests that we need in order to win the game. Those 2 chests that Sunless just opened up
困った。
contain the Gaia armor, which is immediately going to be equipped on Maidenhall,
ヒノキ残す
and
の
the
難
Holy
しいで
Knife,
すね。
which is going to be sold
や
for
っぱりやめよう。
And so the town here, the king here in Durkendal, likes to
いろいろ
watch
ありま
people
したか。
fight
とりあ
monsters
え
for
ず
his own enjoyment. And so he's going to ask us to beat up this killer tiger, who can be a
4
little
回
bit,
使って
it's a little
ヒ
bit
ットポ
dangerous.
イ
He
ント
does a lot
が
of
ゼロだっ
damage,
たってい
but
う。
we opened up by having Moonbrook
困っ
cast
ちゃうな。
Surround on it to ideally make it miss. It did miss once right there. And so now we have cleared the fights. And now the king will hand over the Moon Crest, and we are going to sell. We're going to save because these agility seeds that we're about to feed to Nana, we need them to add up to 4 or better, and they did not. So we're gonna have to reset. They roll 1 to 3. We just need a total of 4.
最大は6なんで。今日はダメだ。3が出ない。厳しいな。
Dragon Quest gonna Dragon Quest. That's all I got to say about this.
やっと出た。まあ、2回リセットでプラス5ならトントンでしたね。状況は約8分遅れ。経験値もそれだけ入ってないですね。
I believe this guy gives you a hint about where to go to get the golden key, which of course we already have. Once he moves out of the way, you can search that spot on the ground to pick up a strength seed, which he just gave to Maidenhall. Unfortunately, it rolled a 1. I believe the earlier strength seeds rolled 3 and 1. So a little bit unlucky, but that's not something that we're going to be resetting over. And here are these thunderbolts that you're seeing. That's the thunder staff that we reset so many times in order to get. That's the item that we got for beating up the evil clown. So that's going to be very useful for helping clear out encounters while we sail around the world.
今はお金が欲しいからこっちですね。ホークマンのドロップを狙っています。悪魔の尻尾を落とすので。困ったことに、今は時間もお金もないんで。ちょっとタイムを稼がなければいけません。毒消し、そうじゃなくて。毒消しは6円ですね。6ゴールド、はい。どっかでしてよ。捨てましょう。
Alrighty, so this is going to be one of 2 trips to a town called Tepa. This first trip is going to be by far the most dangerous. These enemies are quite tough for the levels that we're at. Fortunately, though, we have a lot of different ways to try to handle these encounters. So these hippobongos on the right side of the screen are susceptible to the sleep spell. So that was the first action that was taken for this fight. And so we put those to sleep, and then we beat up the magician on the left-hand side, and then we just kind of follow things up from there. The red text that you see there, kind of in the combat menu, just shows that Moonbrook had the surround spell cast on her, but that only affects physical attacks, so we're not really going to bother with that.
問題もあるんですけど。基本的には数が多い方がやばいわけですから。そっちを対応した方が。 困ったのは、全く美味しくないぞ。
Now, this path that we're taking to Tepa actually crosses two different encounter zones. Right now, we're in a much weaker encounter zone. These enemies are much easier for us to fight. And so, once we clear this fight, you're going to see Sandless walk down a few steps and then kind of shuffle back and forth a little bit. That's another instance where right here we're going to try to force a fight. We actually got one immediately, so that actually works out really nicely.
早いな。
Because again, once you take that half step down, the enemies start to get really, really tough again. And so we want to minimize the number of encounters we get, especially these things. These things hit really, really, really hard. And unfortunately, or fortunately, they are extremely susceptible to the sleep spell. So we had Moonbreath cast sleep, they all went to bed, and now we're going to try to
赤、
beat them up
マ
with
シンガンでも
experience.
何度かチャレンジを試みましたが、悪魔神官。予約、葉っぱですね。一番大事なところが落ちた時にすぐリカバリーできるようにというためのものなんですけど、着きました。
And now that we have made it safely here to the town of Tepa, we're going to visit an old man named Don Mahone, and we're going to give him the Dews yarn
まず
that we
は
picked
羽
up in
衣
the
を
Dragon
作っても
Sword
らって、
and the magic loom that we picked up in Zahan, and he will make for us the water flying clothes. He tells us to wait a little bit, or specifically to come back later. All we have to do is save and reset, and he'll have that ready for us. If you're familiar with the
魔
NES
除け
version,
の
you'll
鈴
know
が
that
買ってあ
there
るの
is
で、
a
後
trick
でキメラの
where you
翼と同
can,
時に
after
買い
you've
ます。
turned in the Dews yarn and magic loom, you can go get them again in order before picking up the water flying clothes in
さっ
order to
き
get
の
two
悪
of
魔
them.
神官、
Unfortunately, that
防
doesn't
御だっ
work
たか
here.
な。
So we're only going to be able to get one set of
あ
water
れで
flying
落ちたの
clothes.
2回目なんですよ
But
ね
one。is still better than none. It's an amazing piece of armor.
それ以外、葉っぱを使った時の方がリターンあったんですけど、まあ、葉っぱを使うのがもともとリターンじゃないから。葉っぱを使わない可能性の最大化で、ずっと防御でも良かったかもしれないですね。次は、そうしましょう。さてプレイの方は、雷の杖を売却しに行くところ、5分かけて手に入れたものですけど、で、お金がないのか。まだ3時間45分ぐらいはあるから、そこまで焦らなくていいと思ってますけど。 ドラゴンキラーを買うかどうかを考えてます。どうせ買えるならドラゴンキラーの方がいいので、ここはちょっと勝負ですね。お金を持った状態で上陸をします。ちょっと待て。危ないですよ。このエンカウントがさっき出てれば、先にドラゴンキラーを変えたんですが。あ、そうですね。コメントで指摘いただいた通り、ドラゴンキラーの方にしますというのは、まずレベルがないんですよね。ちょっと待って、これやばいな。こっちか。2回下げられなきゃ困らないんですけど、2回下がったんですけど。違うな、こっちでいいわ。危ない危ない。遅い。係の確率は32分の1です。不意打ちは怖いですね。甘えると落ちそうだな。これはしょうがないか。全部当ててきた。ドラゴンキラーがないと、こういうところで、ちょっと怖いんですけど。ドラゴンフライが確定しないんですよね。せめて、桜花の土地がないと。大金槌。金槌。OK。なので、できれば、先に買いたかったんですが、あとこれもあるんで。この町は、とにかく住人がブロックするので、またですか。今日は優しかったね。ありがとう。で、あれ？今、ボタンが入ってなかったですね。今のロゴは出ないはずなんですけどね。 あれはボタンを押しっぱなしでスキップできます。事情があって宿泊できませんので、祈りに指輪で MP を回復します。祈りの指輪。では回復しまして、プラスにエンペラー。いや、これはこっちだな。先手取っちゃった。そうですか。余計なことしたかな。ちゃんとやっときましょう。1時間31分20秒。ここまでで十分のロスですか。経験値、状況は1時間29分と1糸口ぐらいなんで、かなり厳しいな。困りましたね。どうしたものか。まあ、ここから楽しい区間になりますので。お楽しみの。あ、そうですか。ああ、そうなりますか。これは全滅があるんでこっちだね。レベル8のプラス7なんですけど、首狩り族なんですけど、今のは一番最初にムーンベルクを攻撃したので、それは B や C もムーンブルクを攻撃しやすいですから、これはもうやばいんで終わりですね。わかんないけど今のやつ。多分全部ムーンベルクだったんじゃないか。わかんないですけどね。まあ、サボっていいか。なぜか葉っぱがなくなった。毒消しは捨てたいな。顔の鎧でいっか。 宿泊しまして。キメラの翼を買うって言ってたよね。買いましょう。今回の力はプラス5なので力の種を取ります。先ほどプラス8の話をしたんですけど。
Alrighty, my apologies.
キラーのシンに対して欲しいローレシアに攻
But we've
撃
done a little
力
bit
の
of
話
sailing,
で
done a
す。
little bit of shopping, and now we are here in Moon Tower, the full Moon Tower specifically. We are
だ
here
から
for
これが1が
a
出
very
るとこ
important
まで
item that
2
we
が
need
出
in order
ま
to
した。
finish the game. Here we just picked up a strength seed
なので
for that
最後の
immediately
1個の
to
力
Might
の
and
種を回収
Hull
して
to boost his power.
プラス8以上確定です。
The enemies in this game are
これで
they're
一安
pretty
心で
pretty
すね。
tough. Fortunately, we have a lot of different status effects and other spells at our disposal in order to try to mitigate the dangerousness of these encounters. So, like, these enemies here on the right-hand side of the screen are susceptible to sleep.
寝かせ
So
て
we
み
went
よ
ahead
う。
and put them to sleep, and now we're just going to beat them up as they
よ
are.
し。
The Gold Orc on the left, I believe he has the heal spell that he can use if one of his allies happens to be low on HP, but he also tends to go to sleep, and he's just going to take a nap forever.
お金も取りますか。今回はもう低レベルで行く理由があまりなくなって
Just
し
to
まった
catch
の
back
で
up on things that happened, we did pick
高
up
レベル
the
チャー
water
トで行
flying
きたいと思
clothes
います。
back in Tepa and immediately handed that off to Moonbrook. She still has the clothes hiding in her inventory, and it is going to stay in her inventory because, again, there will be certain portions of the run where it is actually better
攻撃力の
to give
話が途中
Moonbrook
で
a
したよ。
higher dodge chance than have higher defense. We also picked up a defense seed and gave that to Nana.
ロン
The
ダルフィ
defense
ア
seed
よ
is the
り
only
洞
seed
窟って
in
いう
Dragon
ダンジョ
Quest
ンがあ
that
るんですけど、
does not roll random values. It will
ここに
always,
キラー
always,
マシ
always
ンが
give
出る
plus
んで
4.
すよ。
And so we went ahead to gave that
こ
to
れが
Nana
とにかくめちゃ
just
く
to
ちゃ
give
やろ
her
って。
that chance to survive an attack that might have killed her otherwise. The chest we just opened up has an MP seed that I believe will be going to Cannock. I'm
ロ
not
ー
sure
レシア
exactly
の
where
攻
this
撃
MP
力
seed
で
is going,
ちょ
but
うど
I'll
2
let you
回
know
で
as soon
倒
as
せ
he
る
uses
か
it.
どうかのラインですから。可能性を上げるためにも攻撃力がいっぱいあるといいので。そのために力の種を5個回収することにしています。
Also, for anyone who was not
竜
here
王
when
の
we
城
were
にも
in
1個あるんですけど、
the Wind Tower earlier in this
そこ
run,
はちょっと
when
遠
you
すぎ
see
て回収
Sunless
しに
going
行け
up
ないの
and
で、
downstairs really quickly, what he's doing is resetting. There's a number that ticks down
リメイク
towards
だ
the
と
next
攻
encounter,
略に必須
and
だっ
that
た
number
り
gets
するんですけど、
reset whenever you transition. That includes going up and down floors, in and out of caves, in and out of towns. Anytime you do that, that's going to go ahead and reset the number to the next encounter. And so, all throughout this run, you're going to see Sunless going up and down stairs, even though he doesn't actually want to go to the floor above, just to reduce the number of encounters he gets overall. And here we have picked up a moon fragment,
これはでなさそうです
and
ね。
that is an item that is going to open our way into a
この
cave
満月の
that
塔
we're
と
going to
い
be
うの
going
が
to
一番
later.
はぐれ、
It is
メ
an
タル
item
の
that
出
is
る確
required
率が
for
高いん
each
で
game.
すが、
I believe also that the area that we're in now is the first possible chance of seeing
出
a
る可
metal
能性
babble,
がある玄関とは、
which is
こ
why
れ
it
と
looked
さっ
like
きの一回
Sandless
だけ
actually
で
took
す。
a couple of extra steps here in the hopes that one might pop out. There is
一回防
the
御しよう
latter
か。
hour, the last hour and a half or so of this game is going to be pretty much entirely dedicated to grinding.
ちょっと
And any
MP
metal
問題
babbles
が
that
あ
we
るんで、
kill are going to save about 10 minutes on the end of the run. And even more so if you pick one up here in the full moon tower. So anytime that we're in an area where we can get metal babbles, we're going to be taking extra steps if possible.
さすがにもう出ないだろうということでカットしましょう。
And just as was the case in the Tower of Wind, the top of
ちょ
the
っと
full moon
かかりす
tower
ぎてますね。
has the third prayer
葉
ring
っ
that
ぱ
we have
回
picked
収
up
でしょ。
now. 大丈夫だよ、大丈夫だよ。And we are going to be heading to the lighthouse to pick up another crest here shortly. Yeah, Sunless here is noting that he's had a few. He's gotten more than the average expected number of encounters, which just happens. I mean, you more or less want to fight most of the things that cross your path. So sometimes you get a lot less encounters and you get to places faster, or you get more encounters and you get to places a little bit slower. And as it happens to be in this particular run, he's had more fights and gotten more experience than you normally would have in this section. But as I mentioned before, the last hour and a half of this run is pretty much all grinding in the Roan area. So even if you're kind of getting through the game faster, you still need to get those experience points at the end, so it all kind of evens out once you get to Roan.
大灯台って出たエンカントはほとんど食べることになります。灯台。そっちじゃない。
And right there, Sunless sold. He actually got a chainmail drop earlier. So he sold that and bought a wizard's wand for Nana.
よし。
The wizard's wand is the only weapon she's ever going to get. It's not very strong, but it's better than nothing. And when used in combat, you get a free cast of the fireball spell, which can sometimes be more useful than having Nana cast a spell herself. So we just kind of let that sit in our inventory on the off chance it becomes useful.
サマルトレーンが落ちるからなんですけど、サマルトリア。逆の発想で。サマルトリア、歓迎のまま引きずってとはどうかと。落ちた状態で。というチャートがあったんですが。いやーこれ困る。今日すごいね。まさかのレアモンスター。いや、今日はやばいですよ。
So for most of this game,
今日はドラゴンクエ
with a
スト
couple
に
of
も張り切っ
exceptions,
ておりま
you're
すね。
massively underleveled for the area
イ
that you're
ベン
in.
トだから。
The lake cave earlier where we got the silver key is one spot
Poison
where
kiss
you are actually
なんですけど。
way above the level you're expected to be. And the lighthouse here is another
あの
example
タイムアタックだ
where
と、あの場所
we're
しか出ない
either
ん
at
で
or。slightly above the levels you would expect it to be for this point in the game.
あ
And
の狭い。
so you do want to
一
manage
幕。
your MP here because this is a bit of a long walk. But for the most part, it's
建
not
物の上
terribly
とかってエン
dangerous.
カウントしないんで
Again,
すよ。
you know, Nana's got this Inferno spell or the Whoosh spell that she can use to take out large groups of enemies. And she does also have that Wizard's Wand that I mentioned before that she can kind of use to
だ
poke a
から、
fireball at
あ
an
の
enemy
砂
that
漠
might
の
be
一マスだけで
almost
すね。
dead.
砂浜。あれ？これも出るの。
Sandless is noting that in the encounter that he was just fighting, he got an item drop. He actually got a free holy water, which can be useful for trying to
タワーの
mitigate
話なん
encounters
ですけ
on the
ど、
overworld.
経
You
験
might
値が
use
そんな
that
に
the
悪
next
く
one
ない
he
んで
pops
す
out
よ
of
ね。
this tower.
そうさ、間違えた。よくあることです。この今食べている黄金ヘッド。これが美味しいので。これは美味しくないです。これがギリギリですね。1ターンで処理できるエンカウントは基本的に美味しい。ここの処理、チャートが変わったんだった。今までは祈祷師を最後にしてたんですけど、最後にする理由がなくなったので。なんで最後にしたかっていうと、魔除けの鈴。ドロップ。今手荷物がいっぱいですから。そして、祈祷師は完全、ローテーション、行動、なので。一番最初の行動は、時間のかかる、魔封じ。魔法トーン。確定なので。その時間がない方が早いと。多分。
So what Sunless is talking about in the NES version of Dragon Warrior 2, there's an item called the Dragon's Bane. And the Dragon's Bane is an accessory that you can equip, which will lower the success rate of stop spell and sleep. And so those are items that can be dropped from enemies. They can also be purchased. They were purchased, I believe, back in Rupagana before buying the boats. But he got a random drop. They can save you a little bit of money if you get a random drop, but in this case, it's kind of just clogging up his inventory. It's a little bit annoying.
Gold 多くはお金は持ってるけど経験値はないので ちょっと待って。早い。ちょっと早いよ。変化した直後はちょっとね、重いからあんまり使いたくないんだよね。金槌とドラゴンキラーの話なんですけど、できれば買いたいって言ったのは、ここのためで、ここでいっぱいエンカウントと戦うなら、攻撃力が高い方が殲滅速度は速いわけですから、こっちの方がいいかと。葉っぱがなくなりましたからね。葉っぱがあったら、サマルトリアを落とした状態で全て逃げるという、そういう選択もあるんですが、お金は取りましょう。
So before coming here, because
ちょっと厳
Sunless
しい感
unfortunately
じで
had
すけど、
a death on the way back to
お
Teppa
金
the
はあるん
second
で、
time, he doesn't have a leaf right now. He optionally could have
この
gone
後、
to
ボン
get
ダ
one
ルキ
before
アへの
coming
洞
here.
窟に向かうんで
But
すが、
because Sunless is a little bit behind and this tower is not particularly dangerous, he opted not to pick one up.
力の盾を変える可能性を増
Can
や
make
しておきたい。
things a little bit stressful, but for the most part, we should be able to get through here, no problem. But we will need to go back to that island and pick up another World Tree Leaf before we move on.
どちらの方が効率がいいかっていうと、できれば自然に変える方がいいから。
Now, as we get to this section of the tower, you're going to notice this little gremlin here that's kind of sitting off to the right of the text box in the tower. We're going to walk up to him, and he is going to run away, and we're going to
ダ
follow
メー
him
ジ
and
受
see
け
what
ちゃった
happens.
から、回復できる方を選択。ついでに MP の節約です。
Oh, the gremlin has appeared, and there's an old man here. And he says, "Oh, a bunch of travelers. I've got something interesting for you. You should follow me." So, you know, who wouldn't trust an old man like that? He's so cute.
残りますか。そうですか。エンカウント入れすぎですね。まあ、それでも3000円くらいは入ってるんじ
The
ゃないか
Japanese
な。
voice is not the game. The Japanese voice is the voice modulator that the speedrunner uses. So if you were to watch their channel, this is the same voice modulator that you would hear. And the text-to-speech along with the translation is also their normal setup. They just asked me to step in to provide English
シナリ
commentary
オ
since the
進
game is
行の
entirely
つい
in
でに食べ
Japanese,
てるの
and they
で、
are Japanese themselves. So now that we are here at the top of the tower, the old man tells you to look in the treasure chest and then laughs and calls a bunch of his buddies here to come and beat you up. So we do have 4 gremlins here that we need to clear in order to pick up this crest. Normally, for the most part, the levels that you're at this point in the game make this fight more or less trivial. So we're going to go ahead and just clean this up and take our prize.
$15レベル入りました。通常ここ脱出でムーンベルク10あるかどうかというところです。ムーンベルク。
So I purposefully did not mention it. I want to say it's like a less than 1% chance of happening, but there is a bug in this game. My understanding is that it depends on the encounters you get right before opening that chest. Those gremlins can pop up in a formation that does not actually allow you to target one of them. You'll know when that happens because the menu will look a little glitched. And there's a very, very, very specific way you have to handle the fight if that happens, because otherwise you can soft lock. It's something that Soundless has definitely seen before, and if the bug did happen, he would know how to deal with it, but fortunately it didn't. And so yeah, I avoided mentioning it just to not do the classic commentator's curse. Here, this young lady that did not exist in the NES version, but does exist in this version, basically acts as a bank and item storage. And so we're going to give her, we have a ton of quest items that we don't need. So we're going to hand those off to her, and then we're going to hand off all the money that we have. Right now, there are some specific end-game items that Sunless is hoping to save up for. It just kind of happens. It just kind of matters what kind of drops and what kind of encounters we get between here and the end game. Here in Hedda, we're gonna fight these devils, which are a little bit stronger than the gremlins that we fought in the lighthouse tower, but there's only 2 of them, and we got a critical hit. Out of items. So we're able to take that out pretty quickly. And we're going to pick up yet another crest for ourselves.
戦いたくないんですけど、まあしょうがないです。ちょっと今日のドラゴンクエストには張り切ってますので。
These mud hands outside Baron can be annoying.
おそらく窓ハンドがバグを起こしてくるんじゃないかと。窓ハンド。
If you don't put them to sleep, they like to call for help, and they like to do it a lot. And so you can kind of find yourself in a never-ending battle if you get a little bit unlucky.
まあ要するにフリーズなんですけど。そういうこともありえますので。念のためね。危ないですから。
Yeah, the bag, I believe was not introduced until Dragon Quest VI. I can't remember off the top of my head whether or not it was in 5.
めったにないことなんですけど、
I know it's
フリー
definitely
ズ
in
自体は
6.
割とあるので。
It's in the Super Nintendo remake of 3. But it is not in Dragon Quest 1 or 2, so you are limited to, I believe each character has 12 inventory slots in this game. And so, yeah, item management is extremely important.
万が一フリーズじゃなくてクリアになってしまったらそれで終わりなんですけど。
Text, Sunless was just talking about the gremlin bug.
クリアとい
When
う
he
こ
said
とで。
freeze just now, you can. Yeah, exactly. If you get a very specific formation with that gremlin fight and you don't know how to handle it, then you can actually soft lock.
少々時間はかかりますが、
Unfortunately, that didn't happen.
通常のプレイということで。
This island here, So we're coming back here, and we may end up coming back here again because this tree,
それと窓、
once
ハ
you
ンド自
search
体
this
は
spot, you will pick up the Leaf of the World tree. And that is,
祈りに
for the
指を
time being, the only
128
way
で
to
落としてく
revive
れ
a
ますの
character
で
outside of battle, and you can only carry one at a time. You can come back here as much as you want to. If you
まあ
use your leaf, you
全
can
く
come
無
get
駄
another
には
one.
な
You can
ら
only
ない
have one
と
at a time. So we had to use one of our leaves earlier, so we stopped and picked up another one.
さてさて問題の海底ですね。めっちゃ遅れてるな。
And while we're sailing here, we're about to head into the undersea cave. I meant to say this before, but since we've
ま
got
ずや
some
ばいのは
newcomers
こ
in,
の海
I
底
just want to
主。
say, obviously you've noticed this game is in
海底
Japanese.
の一回。
If you're familiar with the original Dragon Warrior 2 on the NES, there are some
あ、ちょっ
differences
と
here.
待って。
If you're familiar with the Game Boy Color version, it's
変
more
な
or
の
less the
入っ
same.
た。
But if you're unfamiliar with this
生きてる。
version, or if you haven't played Dragon Quest at all, feel free
生き
to
てる
ask
なら
any
何でも
questions
い
that
い
you
わ。
might have. I'll do my best to answer them as we make our way through the
じゃあ
latter
逃げ
half
る
of
か。
this run. We've just crossed the 2-hour mark, and 4 hours and 30 minutes is a pretty solid estimate for this
今
run.
の逃げの選択の理由はサマルトリアが1回も攻撃されてないことですね。食べてもあまり美味しくないのに逃げてはどうかと。はい。サンキュー。で、次はこっち。ちょっと悩みながら攻撃しましたけどどうですかね。それぞれそれが欲しかった。目を覚ますの。じゃあ後になっちゃうけどこれ使おうか。今の円価とゴールドオーク化にしているのに逃げてもいいんですが、今レベル15なので。逆にこっちはトラバ2匹なんだよ防御ですね。
That treasure chest that
おそらく
Sunless just opened
集中でしょう。
has the
違っ
last
た。
prayer ring that we're going to be picking up. Again, for those who weren't here earlier, the prayer ring is the only way to recover MP outside of going to an inn. And they're items that can you can use them as many times as you want, but whenever you use one, it has about a 1 in 10 chance of breaking. So we're going to do our best to not
レベル
use them until
10
the
だ
end
から
game. They're
49は
absolutely
回
critical
復
for
し
the
なく
end
ても
game
いいかな
in
と
this
思うけ
particular
ど
run.
まあとりあえず。
We're also at a point in this cave where the tigers that you
と
have
にかく
been
キラー、タイ
seeing
ガ
on
ー
your
が危
screen
な
from
いで
time
す
to
から
time,
ね。
they're the thing that you want to be paying attention to the
これ
most
はサマルトリア
when
の
you
ヒ
are
ッ
making
ト
your
ポ
way
イ
through
ン
this
ト。
dungeon. As I've mentioned a few times before, encounter handling
ちょっ
is
と危ないから、
extremely
ちょっと
important,
危ないので。
not just to get through quickly, but to get through at all. You really need to be able to know exactly how to
食べま
handle
すか。
every encounter that you see.
食べたくない。
There are a pretty limited number of different formations that can appear. So by basically
これ
playing
を
through
食べ
different
るんだった
sections
ら
over and over and
さ
over
っき
again,
の
you'll
方
basically
は
see
どう
every
なる
kind
か
of
と。
encounter. And once the enemies pop up on the screen, you just
地獄
immediately
の
know what
使
to
い
do.
とブラッドの方でよかったんじゃない
In
か
this
と。
section in particular, those tigers will
そんな
eat
感じですけど。
Kanak or Nana for breakfast if you give them the chance.
さ
And so
っき
ideally,
スケートだった
you
んで
don't.
ね
You。surround them, you put them to sleep, and you have war beat them up.
作ると使われたので。 銅の剣入らないです。これがね、美味しくない。襲いかかり39了解。
Silas is noting that he got a copper sword drop from that last fight. He can sell it, but it sells for like 10 gold or something like that. It's a bit more than 10 gold, but it might as well be 10 gold. It's not particularly useful. It's another bit of annoying item management.
14レベル到達。ちょっと待って、手荷物がいっぱい。塩化分と多すぎ。
Yeah, so just there, Silas was cleaning up Maidenhall's inventory, just dropping a few items that he doesn't actually need. So yeah, that copper sword that we got as an enemy drop just
この距離で3回。
just goes to the floor where it belongs.
1%。1% あるかな、これ。
That chest that Silas just opened had a strength seed, which he immediately gave to Maidenhall, which will permanently boost his attack damage. We got 2 strength out of that, which is the average. And any strength boost that we can get is going to be useful for the remainder of the run. So, and it's right there in that chest on our way, so we just go ahead and pick that up.
これはもうしょうがないんで、祈りは壊れたものとして考えましょう。これ使うのも重いんですけど。8。8の12。サボる。ちょっと考えてます。どうしよう。使ってみた。ほら出た。しかも襲い
once
か
again,
か
for
り。
people who just came into this run, you noticed Silas go downstairs and then immediately come back up. The idea behind that is you're going to reset the encounter to your next encounter, and hopefully be able to make the walk to that chest without getting an encounter, but unfortunately you just got a little bit unlucky here.
違う。これ。
Silas is also in a bit of a precarious spot here, as his party members are running a bit low on MP, and well, you can use the prayer rings in order to get your MP back. You really don't want to break any of your rings if you can.
これがギリギ
So
リ
we're
か
going
な。
to try to use those as little as possible. Now here, with these 3 killer tigers on the screen, these things are quite dangerous. So that kind of puff of smoke that you saw appear above each enemy was Silas using the surround spell. And you'll notice that the screen kind of shook there for a little bit because one of Silas's party members got hit, but for the most part, you notice the screen isn't shaking because they just keep missing their attacks over and over and over again, and that's exactly what we want.
ちょっと待ってください。20って何ですか？いやいや。ちょっと待って。いや、これは。まだ厳しいんですけど。どうしよう。
Silas unfortunately went to use a prayer ring. And the prayer ring didn't break, but I believe he got a minimum roll off of that prayer ring, only got 20 MP back. It's important to keep Nana's MP up so that she has access to heal more. Right now she's only got 1 left in the tank, so hopefully Silas doesn't have to use it again.
これは回復するしかない。
coming up
できれば使い
here,
た
we've
くな
got
いの
kind
で
of a mini boss fight with two evil clowns. These are the same ones that we saw in Maidenhall Castle when
ギリギリのところ
Sunless
でや
was
りまし
getting
ょう。
the Staff of Thunder. But we're a lot stronger now than we were back then. So we are basically just going to have not a
何もしない
defense,
でいてくれると
and
嬉
we're
しい。
just going to punch these evil
どう
clowns
し
until
ま
they
しょ
die.
う。
Ideally, everybody survives the fight, but if
どっ
anyone's
ち
going to
も
die,
あ
it's
るんだ
probably
け
going to
ど
be
これ。
Canuck, and that's actually okay.
これで
As
い
long
い
as we
か。
clear the fight, which we did. I'm trying to see if Sunless has a Wing of the Wyvern in his inventory. You want to keep enough MP at least to cast outside, which Sunless is doing right now. But we still need to get back to the town we were at before. And
葉っ
it
ぱく
looks
ないの
like
で葉っぱを
as
取り。
Sunless is swapping around some gear, so we had briefly given the Sword of Light to Canuck as well as the magic armor. And so we needed to shuffle some equipment back around. Uh,
落ちていない。
and since
海
we
底
had
で
to
15
use
分で
our
すか。
Leaf of the World Tree in that dungeon to revive Canuck, we also need to go back and get another one. So we're just going to pick that up really quick.
まあ、これでも落ちるよりはマシというか。落ちた
And
方が
this is
マシ
going
まであ
to
るんです
be
けど。
the first of a handful of times that you're going to watch Sandless do something odd. Sandless is going to go up here to these barrier tiles, and he's going to walk across the barrier tiles until somebody dies.
事情がある
You're
ので、
going to see
でっ
him
か
do
い
this
落と
several
しま
times
す。
here, and the reason for that is because in the remakes for Dragon Quest II, this does not apply to the NES or Famicom versions, but in any other version of Dragon Quest II, the first time that you stay at the inn here in Baran, Canuck gets sick. It's this weird little side quest that they added, and basically Canuck gets sick. He leaves the party, and you have to go get a Leaf of the World Tree and give it to him in order to make him well again. And it's really just not worth it to take the time to do that. So instead, anytime we come to Baran and you take the inn, all you have to do is make sure that somebody is dead, and that side quest will not trigger. It doesn't matter who dies, as long as someone is dead. They still get their HP and MP back from staying at the inn, and you don't have to deal with that side quest. So every time Sunless comes here and wants to use the inn, you're going to see him turn someone into a box.
今、
And
説
then, of
明
course,
い
we
た
have
だいて
to
るか、ちょ
revive
っと
Mine
わ
Hall,
か
so
ん
we're
ない
going
で
to go
す
ahead
が
and。do that right here.
この町なんですけど、3人で泊まるとサムレトリアに呪いがかかってしまうんで、最初に来た時は祈りに指輪で回復しましたけど、
Sonic Hex, sorry, I missed your question.
今
I
回は
believe
リセットす
Dragon
る
Quest
理由
V
が
is
ない
where
で
the
すから。
bag is first introduced. It was added in
あとは
remakes
いっ
for
ぱい
starting from
MP
the
回復
Super
しなきゃい
Famicom
けない
remake
ん
of
で、
Dragon Quest III. Pretty much all Dragon Quest games have a bag. But for the
そうな
mainline
る
games,
と
I
祈って
believe
る最中
V
に壊れ
was
ち
the
ゃうっ
first
て
one
こ
to
と
have
も
a
ある
bag.
んで。なので、バリアを使って、3人が生存していない状態にして、
So
イベン
the
トを
item
回
that
避するよう
we
にしていま
needed
す。
to get from the Undersea Cave is called the Evil Statue.
イベントも
And the evil
条件が
statue
3
is
人
what
生存
Sunless
だ
is
から
using
で
right
すね。
here in order to open the cave to Rome.
ちょっと
And
待って、
so
入り
this
口
is
エンカウ
for
ント
all
は
intents
ダ
and
メだよ。
purposes the final dungeon. There is a castle after this that we're not going to be entering for quite some time. But for all intents and purposes, this is the final dungeon of the game.
よりに
There
よ
are
って
a
3
lot
匹
of
目が
items
動
here
いたよ。
that we want
厳
to
しい
get,
な。
and we're hopefully going to get most of them on our first trip, but it's
落
expected
ちた場
that
合
we're
は
going to need
マ
to
シル
take
ベシの杖です
at
ね。
least 2 or 3 trips through this cave to get everything we want.
眠ってたのでそ
We
の
are
まま攻撃。
massively underleveled for this portion of the game. But fortunately, again, a lot of things are susceptible to either sleep or surround or both. So we can use that, try to mitigate damage as we make our way through this dungeon. Also of note, Sunless,
この時点で
his party levels
16レ
are
ベル到
about 1 or
達タ
2
イム
higher
的には3
than
分
you
遅
would
れ
expect for this
程度
point.
で
He's
済ん
just
でお
gotten
り
a
ます。
ton of encounters. And so Nana being at level 11
つまり
means that she is
いろ
going
いろありましたけ
to...
ど
She's right at about the same agility as most enemies here.
悪
And then
魔
I
神
believe it's
官
either
で
level
落ちた
12 or
タイ
level
ムぐらいし
13.
かかかって
Is
な
when
い
you
って
can
こと。
really expect Nana to start outspeeding everything, which again is incredibly important. If you
出
need,
て
if
きた
someone
も
needs to
の
be
を食べ
healed,
た
you
だけなので
burst. If an enemy needs to be put to sleep, you can pretty much count on Nana to take the first action in any battle.
区間タイムはいろいろとひどいことになってるんですけど、まだそんなに困ってない。
And yeah, Signless here is just commenting on the fact that he's just going to fight everything that he sees, take all the encounters, because still need a lot more experience before the end game. Based on the average charts that I look at, we shouldn't be doing too badly. This is a point in the run where variance... there's high variance here. Again, it all comes down to what kind of encounters you get, how badly or nicely they treat you, and how many of the items we need we're able to get in one go.
あんまり意味ないけど、念のためホイミを入れますか。
Here, Sunless picked up Fushiganaboshi, or the Mysterious Hat.
不思議の帽子
That
は
item is
MP
an
を
amazing
使う機会の多
item,
いム
as
ーン
it,
ブルクに入れ
when
ま
you
す。
are in battle and you cast a spell, that spell will cost half the normal amount of MP
MP の消
rounded
費が
down.
減ります。
So for example, sleep, which would normally
ただし
costs
効
1
果がある
MP
の
or
は
2
戦
MP,
闘
only
中
costs
だけ。
1. So here, Nana is casting the sleep spell in these berserkers, and it only costs 1 MP while you're in battle. And the same is true for the Heal More spell, which Sunless also used at the start of this fight. Normally that spell would cost 5 MP, but now it only costs 2. So that's why we go out of our way to pick that item up. It's going to stay on Nana for the rest of the game.
眠りませんか。そうですか。 ここからはムーンブルクの眠りが生命線ですね。
Yeah, Sunless here, echoing what I was saying a moment ago. Then again, for those who are not familiar with the Super Famicom version of Dragon Quest or Dragon Quest in general, in Dragon Quest II, one of the nice things about the speedrun is that the stats you get on level up are fixed. So we do have the strength and HP and MP seeds that kind of vary a little bit, but other than that, you know that you know what your HP is going to be at a certain level, you know what your strength is going to be at a certain level, and we know that Nana, the princess here, is naturally very fast, and so we can rely on her to go before the enemies do most of the time. and then we can put them to sleep or stop spell them or do whatever we need to do to make sure we get through the fight as safely as possible.
15レベル到達。あとは、ローレシアとムーン、ベルタが1ずつ上がってくれれば。
This fight is a perfect example of why the Mysterious Hat is so powerful,
ガンウィルを最後に倒
because
す
we
よう
were
にしてい
pretty
ま
much
す。
able to put every single enemy in this fight to sleep, and it only costs 3 total MP and
ドロップ率
saves a
8分の
ton
1
of
鉄
potential
かぼちゃ
healing.
です。
Anytime you can put an enemy to sleep and just make it
鉄か
not
ぶと。
deal damage, you're going to want to do that.
ドラ
One
ゴン
thing
クエス
that
ト
you
2
can
の
keep
鉄
an eye
か
out
ぶとは
for
元々の
is
値段が
there's a
高いの
little
で
kind of ring of stars followed by these purple bubbles. Anytime you see that animation, it means that enemy was put to sleep. Also,
2400円弱で売れ
Sunless
ま
just
す
got
の
an
で
iron helmet drop, which is actually really, really nice. And later on, I believe after we exit this dungeon, we're going to be going back to Baran. And we're going to buy at least 1 shield of strength. Ideally, we're going to pick up a second one before the run is over. The really nice thing about shields of strength is that when you use them in battle, they're a free cast of heal more. Incredibly, incredibly important for the end game. And so getting
レ
that
ベル
iron
12
helmet
到
drop
達。
is going to give
ところ
Sunless
で、
a
はぐれメ
large
タル
chunk
が
of
出ない
money
ですね。
towards picking up those shields of strength.
メタル
So
バ
it's
ブル
great to see that drop. A great bit of luck there.
ドラゴンクエスト2で一番美味しい。
Sunless mentioning the
Monster,
illustrious metal
Nandesu
babble.
kedo.
I don't believe we saw any metal slimes at all in
出てこない。
the
メタ
earlier
ルが
parts of
食
the
べら
run.
れない。
But we can start seeing
という
metal
か、メ
babbles
タルが
here
出てない。
in the cave to Roan. And if we see them, we're going to want to fight them. And there's a little bit of a technique that is unique to this game that we
アイテ
can
ム
use
の位
to
置
try
を
to help
調
us
整します。
kill those metal babbles. But right here, as we dropped down a couple of pits,
と
we
りあ
have
えず
picked
一
up
回
the
出した。
Thunder Sword as the best sword in
歩
the
いた
game
距離がもっ
for
たいない
Maidenhall. So we're going to go ahead and equip that immediately. As well as
この
shuffle
ダ
a few
メージ
items
は
out.
回復しないで。ちょうど7の倍数ですね。ちょうどいいですね。これを取りまして、帰りましょう。22,000。
And so now we have pretty much all the items that we need out of the cave to Roan. We still have to go through the cave.
これは
But as
力
far
の
as
盾
picking
が
things up
先に変え
is
ますから。
concerned, we're good there. And again, just a quick explanation. Sunless killed off one of his characters here to avoid a very annoying side quest that will happen. If you take this in here and everyone's alive, Canuck will get sick and you will have to get a world tree leaf to make him not sick anymore.
鉄兜は後で売ります。
And there, Sunless took all the money that he had saved up out of the bank, as well as selling the dragon killer that Maidenhall was using before picking up the Sword of Thunder, and bought 1 shield of strength. And then ideally we're going to be looking for another potential item drop in the end game to help us
戻っ
afford
て
that
きた
second
時に売れ
shield
ま
of
しょう
strength.
か。まだ買える
It's
か
not
どうか
required,
確定は
but
し
it's
て
nice
な
to
い
get
です
one
か
if
ら
you have
ね。
it. Because again, free heal more in combat is really, really, really nice.
あ、そうか、またやった。だから、またやっちゃったよ。サマルトリアが手つかむと思ってると、これがあるんで、あんまり持ちたくないですね。では回復して、出るの。寝ていただけますかね。
One thing that's also important to note, I hadn't thought of it until just now, is that Cannock is infinitely more
プラス
useful
5000。
in the remakes of Dragon Quest II than he is in the original for several
5000の
reasons.
内訳は
One,
大東大と
he
書いて
has
です。
access to much better equipment. Currently, Cannock is equipped with the Sword of Light that was previously equipped on Maidenhall. Cannock being the green armored hero here. Sonic X, yes, the game is significantly more balanced. It's still very, very difficult. Don't get me wrong. If you were to play this casually, you're probably going to find yourself dying a lot. And in the speedrun, you're going to find yourself dying a lot, especially here in the end game. But Cannock has access to much, much, much more and better weapons than he did in the NES version. The NES version, the best weapon that he can get is the Iron Spear, which is relevant for about 5 minutes. But in this game, he also gets access to the Big Hammer and the Sword of Light, which he has equipped now, and so he can actually deal damage in combat. Also, in the NES version of Dragon Warrior 2, Cannock gets the revive spell, but it doesn't work in battle for whatever reason. And so that's why the NES speedrun basically just gets Maidenhall to level 20 and then blitzes the boss rush because you can't really revive anybody. However, in the Super Nintendo version, you can cast revive in battle, and so once we get through this dungeon, we're just going to be doing a ton of grinding, and there's a lot of small goals for that level grind, but the biggest point to the level grind is to get Cannock to the level where he learns Revive, because it's going to be absolutely critical for the final bosses that we have to fight at the end of this run.
もらうか。
When I was a kid, I had fun playing the Dragon Warrior games on the NES, but as an adult, I find them to be very poorly balanced, and there's an interesting interview with the developers of Dragon Warrior 2, which, by the way, there was about 9 months between the release of Dragon Quest 1 and Dragon Quest 2 in Japan. That is an incredibly fast development cycle, but unfortunately some things got overlooked, and specifically the developers admitted that they had balanced the game basically up to the point where you get the boat, and then after that they did not have time to do a lot of balance testing, and as a result the game is brutally, unforgivingly difficult.
何も出なくていいですね。
But they did take the time to get things a little bit more balanced in this version. The idea, in that same interview, they mentioned that the idea that they were going for is that they kind of wanted every battle to be more or less a life or death decision, and that is definitely the case with this speedrun. Unfortunately, they just massively overtuned things for the first release. these magic vampires, by the way, the enemies that are here on the screen, they can be put to sleep, but they also are, I believe, the only enemy they're the only enemy in this cave that is a sleep spell, but they do have it, and they tried using it. They were able to put Nana to sleep, but fortunately they didn't put anybody else to sleep. And Heavy Arms, one of the bosses in the boss rush can actually do that, and it may be a factor. I'll talk more about that when we get there.
最初はこういう優しいやつでお願いしたい。変なことはしないでね。よしよしよし。とにかくここを一発で突破するというのが大事なんで。ドラゴンキラー。これは6000円です。そうなると、さっき鉄兜逃したのがちょっと痛いか。
Sandless just got a dragon killer drop. That's incredible. As he's mentioning, it's worth 6,000 gold. And we do want to try to get that second silver shield, and so getting that sword drop there is going to significantly increase the chances that we're going to be able to have enough money to afford that. This particular encounter is a bit nasty. Oh goodness. This robot-looking thing on the left is called a killer machine. It can attack twice and does a ton of damage. The vampire mage on the right has the defense spell, which lowers defense, and so the combination of those two unfortunately did get Nana killed. And so we had to use our World Tree Leaf in order to revive her. And now here we are on the other side of the cave to Roan. The enemies here are incredibly dangerous, and like these Cyclopses, if they get the chance to, love nothing more than turn us into the human equivalent of paste. We did use that surround spell. You're going to be seeing that used a lot here, those kind of puffs of smoke. Ideally make it so that these Cyclopses will miss a lot. And so far they have been, but when they do hit, they hurt a lot. So anyone who's familiar with Dragon Quest will, I'm sure, remember this enemy on the left side of the screen, the one that was just killed, the Blizzard. They have the defeat spell, and the defeat spell is basically an instant death spell that targets the entire party. There is, I believe it is a 1 in 8 chance for any one party member to die. So you want to avoid that as much as possible. And here we're going to go ahead and force an encounter, because if you walk even one half tile up from here, you're going to get much more dangerous enemies than the ones we've been fighting so far. There is a shrine just north of where we are, and we really want to make it there. Oh boy, that Blizzard on the right-hand side just tried to cast defeat on the whole party. Fortunately, nobody died. But yeah, there's a shrine just north of here that we really want to get to. It's going to basically be our home base for the rest of the run. But we do need to get there first because we need to save in order to be able to use the return spell to get back here. And so now with that fight having been cleared, we're going to top off everybody's HP, and we just have a few steps, and we made it. Excellent. Excellent. So now that we've made it here to the Shrine of Roan, we get to save, we get to use this place as our base because this guy will heal us to full anytime we talk to him. And now, 2 hours and 34 minutes into the run, we are at the extended grind section of this game.
寝ないね。
I apologize. I was taking a look at something here. So the ultimate goal here, as I said, there are a lot of sub-goals, but the ultimate goal here is to get Cannock to level 24 to learn the revive spell. And you'll see that right now Cannock's at level 16. So we're going to be grinding in different sections. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to head back to the last part of the cave to
ちょっと
road.
待ってよ。
This is the best place to fight for right now for several reasons. One, these encounters are handled a lot more easily than encounters outside. And of course you have a chance for metal babbles to show up. And metal babbles give a little over 10,000 experience, and that saves about 10 minutes for every metal babble you get. So we want to stay here for as long as it's relevant. Again, to just get the experience for regular monsters and have a chance for that metal babble to show up. Hagure Metoru-chan, dette koyo.
これはしょう
Hopefully
が
we
な
can
い
see
ね
some。metal babbles.
開き直るしかないですからね。どっちも微妙ですけど。これは破壊の剣を狙いましょうか。通常3種類はキラーマシンにマヌーサをかけるんですけど、今のだけはしょうがなくって、ドラゴンを寝かさないと。25% で使ってくる燃え盛る火炎がやばいんですね。
Sunless is talking about
で
encounter
も
handling
寝
here.
る
I
確
mentioned it
率が
before.
60% 弱ですから、
Encounter handling is
もうしょうがない。
Heavy Arms. Sunless was talking about looking for, aiming for a sort of destruction drop. We haven't seen one yet. I believe they only drop from Gigantes, the Cyclops with a hammer, and we haven't seen those yet. But we will be seeing those later on. Once we leave this area and start heading over to Hargon's castle is when we'll start seeing those and can potentially get that drop.
ドロップ9000。俺は頑張れば届くかもしれません。
I missed what dropped. I believe he got a big hammer drop. And so, yeah, that's going to put him significantly closer. I want to say we're about 2/3 of the way to having enough money to get that second Shield of Strength.
今いくらですか？ 5000。あと1個くれれば。どっちもあったな。マシルベ氏のせいかな。この楽ポイントはでかいので回復しておきましょう。
Here with Nana at level 14, she got 6 agility, and again, the stat gains are fixed here, so you know she's going to get 6 agility as soon as she hits level 14, and that agility boost is really now the point where we can trust that Nana is going to take an action before any other enemy, and so she cast a sleep spell on these mage vampires here on the left in order to make it so they can't take any actions. One of them woke up right away, But again, it's really nice that even at these low levels, one of the reasons why this run works the way it does is because we can trust that Nana will take the first action. She can try to put something to sleep, or she can heal one of the party members.
大変です。ドラゴンが出ません。いえ。これはどちらにしてもダメだった感じですね。
Sunless is hoping that more dragons show
ドラ
up.
ゴンが少なす
I
ぎる。
believe you can get
やっと出た。
dragons in packs of 4. They appear in packs of 4 in Hargon's Castle. I'm not sure. Here's a 3-pack. So
そこ
Sunless asked for dragons, and now they show up. These are the most experience rich encounters that you can find here in this cave. So you really do want to see as
次
many
起き
as
るかもし
possible.
れないん
At
で
this point, they do have fire breath attacks that target the whole party. That can be a little bit dangerous, so you do want to put them to sleep as soon as you see them. But once they're put to sleep, they're pretty trivial. That 3 dragons right there gave 1440 experience, which is the same amount as a metal slime at the beginning of the game. So being able to take those down is gonna get us to our level goal that much faster. We're looking for Maidenhall and Cannock to gain 1 more level each. Once Cannock gets level 18, he gets the Firebane spell. I believe that's Kasizzle in the modern English translations. Very powerful spell. It's going to be extremely useful for the rest of the run.
75
And
で
yeah,
倒
once
せ
once
な
we
いん
get
です
about
か。
1 level on each of our characters,
最
we
大
will move on from
78で
this
すよ。
cave. We'll exit this cave, save once more at
どういう
the
こと
Shrine
で
to
すか。
Roan, and then we're going to be heading for Hargon's
いや、こ
Castle,
れ戻るの。
which is the final area of the game. But don't worry, the game is. I mean, we got a 4.5-hour estimate for a reason, and that reason is that we've still got a lot of grinding ahead of us. And during this grinding section, if anybody dies, right now we don't have a Leaf of the World tree, and it's going to be a while before we go back to get one. So anytime anybody dies, you're just going to have to pop right back to Rowan to get them revived. It's a little unfortunate. Silas is noting that because there have been so few dragons in this grind section, it's taking a little bit longer than it normally would. And you do really want to get out of here as quickly as possible so that you can move on to encounters that are going to give you more experience.
今のは全
But
滅
for
し
now, we're
な
just
く
going to
て
have to
よ
stick
か
with
った
the
で
things
す
that we
ね。
know we can handle.
落ちてると。シールド2つ買って出発っていう。条件に届かなかったんで。何か落ちたら確定です。どういうことです
That
か。
was incredibly unlucky. In this particular encounter, what just happened is the mage vampire on
こ
the
れは
left
ひどいね。
cast defense, reducing everybody's defense power. The killer machine in the middle attacked Maidenhall twice, and the berserker on the right attacked once, and they all hit the same party member. And with Maidenhall dead, his only chance was to try to run away. So that's unfortunately sometimes that's just the way the RNG goes.
日は1回も寝てないの。50% ですけどね。サマルトリアのレベル18までは稼ぎます。さっきからエンカウント内容が良くなくって効率が3階並みなんですけど。
Yeah, Sunless there is comparing this floor to the third floor of Roan. The area that he's in now generally will give you stronger encounters that give you more experience on average, but the encounters he's been getting here match the upper floors, and so he's not getting experience as efficiently as he would like. It is actually pretty unlucky to go this long and only having seen one pack of dragons.
Here
though we do see Canuck getting to level 18. So Canuck does now know the Firebane spell, and we will see Canuck use it anytime there are dragons because it's fairly... it works really, really well against them. In particular, the hero's Thunder Sword. Oh, we got another Dragon Killer. I don't think that's enough for the Shield of Strength, but again, that's going to get us really, really close. Okay, Silence confirms we do have enough money for that second Silver Shield, or Shield of Strength. So that's excellent. It's going to make things a lot safer and a lot more stable for the last part of this run. And so now we're just looking for Maidenhall to get level 20, and then we'll exit this cave and make our way to Hargon's castle. As Sunless was noting before, the other thing that's nice about having two Shields of Strength is that it makes the run a little bit more stable in the event that all your prayer rings break. Hopefully they don't. But in the event that they do, it makes the run a little bit more stable as you still have access to healing on all of your characters with both of those Shields of Strength. Here, we're seeing the power of the Firebane spell. We're going to use that, and we're also going to have the hero fling the Thunder Sword instead of swinging it, which is why those Thunderbolts appeared just now. So we have these two different group attacks that we can use to take out dragons really, really quickly.
おめでとうございます。
And that 13 that was on the screen just there, Maidenhall just got 13 max health at level 20. And so that's one of the reasons why we wait for level 20, because it's a huge, 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 huge HP boost for Maidenhall that we're going to want. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Ragnar flings the Sword of Lethargy. Yes, I'm sure many of you are familiar with that particular meme. Yep, we do have a couple of things that we need to do here in the non-Roan area of the game. So we're gonna sell all of those item drops that we got so we can pick up that other Shield of Strength. And then from here, we are going to sail out to a single tile in the middle of the ocean. We're going to go to Rubus's Shrine. And we're going to take all of the 5 crests that we've picked up over the course of this run, and we're going to pick up what's called Rubus's Charm. Rubus's Charm is another one of those quest items that we need in order to finish the game.
アイテム整理をしまして、バリア渡りをかけて装備変更して葉っぱを回収しまして、
Oh, right. Silas needs to get the Rubik's Charm as well as to replace the leaf that he used just before exiting the cave to Roan. So yeah, just a couple of pit stops, and then we will be heading back to Roan and towards the end game.
"なんか出たらできるまで食べまして、いらなかった。ベギラマ。ぴったり切れちゃった。手前で使いたかったですね。最終出発、タイマー11分の遅れといったところですが、残っちゃったよ。
2時50分も OK ですか? The chart that I'm looking at it says we should be leaving
先ほど3分ぐらいで済んでるなって言
we
っ
should be
たん
leaving
で
the
すけ
Shrine
ど、
of Roan at about somewhere between 2 hours 40 and 2 hours and 50 minutes. So
落ちた
as
のは
long as
2回だ
the
けなんで
final
すけど、
grind in Hargon's Castle goes well, should be doing okay on time.
出てきた演歌を歌の内容が良くなかったので、かなり遅れましたね。
And so now we have done all of the buying, selling, picking up of items, giving away of items. All that stuff has been complete. And we're going to take our heal and we're going to save. And we are going to make our way to Hargon's Castle. Now, we're still grinding. We're still going to be fighting everything that we see. This particular section of the game, though, Japanese runners like to refer to this as the white ground loop. Because these encounters are incredibly dangerous. They need to be handled in specific ways, and you need a little bit of luck to go your way at the levels that we're at right now. And you can find yourself just dying and going back to the Shrine of Roan over and over and over and over again. And because there's all this snow out here, they call it the white ground loop, as you may find yourself making this walk multiple times before the end of the run. Well, Lyra Sorrel, I'm glad that you're hanging out with us. Do feel free to ask any questions about this run or the next run. Crimson is going to be coming up next with Dragon Quest III Famicom, and I will be doing commentary for that as well. So feel free to ask any questions that you have. And then, of course, feel free to join us for the Dragon Quest RTA Marathon coming up next week. Schedule's right there in chat. One thing that that last encounter that Sandless got, he said, like, the 3 types of encounter you have to run away. There's this encounter in the White Ground area that we refer to as the All-Stars encounter, because it has 3 different enemies, all of which are very, 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 very nasty. And when all 3 of them appear together, there really are very few encounters that you want to just straight up run from, but that battle is absolutely one of them. So fortunately, we weren't held up by that too much. So we use the Charm of Rubus to dispel an illusion of the Maidenhall Castle, and then we use the evil statue that we picked up in the Undersea Cave in order to be able to get into the final dungeon. And so, ideally, in an ideal world, this floor that we are on right now, we would never leave. The idea is to sit here and grind. We're basically looking for Cannock to get to level 24, and then we'll take a few more encounters, and then we're going to start the final boss rush. So the idea is that Cannock gets to level 24 plus a little bit of experience. And then we use the experience from the final bosses to get Cannock to level 25, which is when he learns the revive spell. And oh my goodness. Okay, so what happened in this fight is those flames that were on the screen, they're fairly susceptible to sleep. And so Sunless tried to put them to sleep, and unfortunately they weren't playing nice. Not only did they not go to sleep, but they all used their flame attack that hits all party members. And so, again, just bad luck, and here we are. The white ground loop that I just mentioned. We are potentially going to be seeing this area a lot. And here's the All-Stars encounter again. There is really just no safe way to handle this encounter. So really, all you can do is just run, and failing to run right there is basically an instant reset. One thing of note, though, one thing that I do enjoy about this particular speedrun is that basically every encounter in the game that you see is going to have a specific way in which you want to fight it. Oh my goodness. Ambush at the beginning of this fight. Yep. That silver baboon on the right-hand side cast Fire Vein, and Cannock was 100% going to die. So that's just going to be another reset. But for the most part, encounters in this game have specific ways that you want to handle them. Every decision that you make, especially in this part of the run, every decision that you make is very, very intentional. Who you have target what spell or attack at what enemy are all things that you just kind of memorize by rote. It's kind of like, you can kind of think of it as like a chess opening. There's like this ideal strategy that you have for every encounter. And in this particular section, this endgame grind, that kind of prescribed battle order is going to change slightly over the course of the grind section as your party members get stronger. Maidenhall, in particular, the first character in the party, will eventually become strong enough to kill dragons in one hit. So when you see dragons appear by themselves in formations, you can have Maidenhall just take them out immediately. The point that we're at now, though, Maidenhall can't quite kill a dragon in one hit, so we like to follow up with different abilities. But that's just one example of the ways in which the strategies do change up over the course of this grind. Oh, this fight is awful. I believe Sandless is complaining here about the fact that these archdemons have a 50% chance to be put to sleep, and unfortunately it just refused to go to sleep and cast Explode It until everybody died. Sandless is just going to take the chance to save here because he did pick up a little bit of experience. prior to his last death, so he wants to make sure that he holds on to that.
食べられるのブリザードだけだよ。
For once, a little bit of luck went our way, and we actually got the jump on these blizzards. And so, with the combination of Firebane, Boggy, and Maidenhall using the Thundersword, we just clear these out really quickly and get some tasty experience.
さっきのアークデーモン単体でヒットポイント25はまあイオナズンが来たら終わりなんですけど、それ以外だったら耐えてくれる可能性が高いんで。まあそれならということでのチャレンジだったんですけど、通りませんでした。一発目の逃げるの成功の確率は 50% です。なので、基本的にはリターンのある方を取りたい。ブリザードを両方とも倒してくれたんで。経験値効率1分ごとに500ぐらいですか、今。これが続くと予定時間に間に合わないんで困るんですけど。128。
As we move forward with the grind section of the game,
2点残った。
there are little things here that we can note. This archdemon here has a 1 in 128 chance to drop a prayer
2人と
ring.
も最
We
低
do
資格を
have
引かないと。
limited quantity of those. And so if we
だから
can get that drop,
攻撃に
it's
行ったん
great.
ですけ
It's
どね。
1 in 128 though. Very, very rare that
残
it'll
念でし
happen.
た。
But if it does happen, it would be very nice. It just makes the run that much more stable.
これは勝負しましょうかね。何を受けてももともとですから。レベルがわかるんで
行きましょうか。
上がりますので。どうせ回復しなきゃいけないんで。シールドを入れます。
So this is what the fight with the flames should have looked like the first time. Again, those little stars that you saw and the little bubbles that you saw around each of these enemies is them going to sleep and basically doing nothing. Which the longer that happens, the quicker we're going
これは
to
ひどい。
get Cannock up to level 24 and finish off the
ちょっ
speedrun.
と待って死ぬんですけど。
the Devil Lords here, the enemy that Samus was just fighting, have a very annoying poison breath attack that actually poisoned every single party member, which not only takes an annoying amount of time to fix, but also, again, costs a lot of MP, and resource management here is very, very important. So it's just really annoying when that happens.
寝なくなってきたの。同じことしてみましょうかとありますね。これを最初にやってほしかったな。どっちもあるんですよ。
So, one of the little optimizations in this grind section, there's so many little things you can do to optimize this grind section. But one thing that Sunless did just there, so there was one flame left on the screen. We know that Maidenhall is going to kill it in one hit. And so he had Maidenhall attack, and he had Canog and Nana defend. Now, that's quicker than just powering through the menus, but the other thing that's really interesting about this game is that if you end a fight with party members defending, they will be considered defending at the very start of the next battle, which is actually really important just in case you happen to get back attacked. If the enemies strike first in the next battle, Canog and Nana will still be treated as though they were defending. And so obviously the chance of getting back attacked is fairly rare, as long as you have the opportunity to set yourself up for that. Just means that there's no reason not to have them defend at the end of battles where Maidenhall could just kill the last enemy on the screen. And yes, this encounter is the best encounter that you can see up here. It gives the most experience. It gives a little bit more than a single metal slime would give. And we basically put 3 out of the 4 dragons to sleep, one of them breathed fire on us, and then we just cleaned up the rest. So again, the more of these fights that we can see, the better, and the more smoothly we can go.
1の3なんですけど、7分ですか。7分。7分、何もしてないんですか。困りましたね。何が正解だと思う？これかな。これでどうですか
？Wow, that was an awful situation. So we had Maidenhall defend here several times while Nana tried to put the flames to sleep and then heal everybody back up. And yeah, defending is incredibly powerful here, as we saw Maidenhall survive with just 1 HP.
経験が生きた。 今攻めていいですか？いろいろあるんで。まずここで起きてくる可能性と、ローレシアが攻撃を外す可能性の2つですね。ちょっと今日はいろいろあるんで。厳しいな。13選択の余地だし。先手を取らない。そうですか。ニノさん。戻りましょう。こういう時のための素早さなんで
Nana
すけど
unfortunately
ね。
dying here, we really don't want to use that tree of the world leaf. We want to save
まあ
that
こ
for
れ
the
は
boss
しょう
rush.
がない。
So instead of using the world leaf tree, it's better to actually just leave and get the free heal back at the shrine. Unfortunately, it does
7分
mean
遅れ
you
が
need
9
to walk
分
back
遅
to
れ
the
にな
castle,
りま
which
した
we've
かね。
seen can be a little bit dangerous, but your levels are a little bit higher than before.
困ったね。
So ideally, you can get back with a few problems. Chupun mo montaign nash kedo. I think it's not a big deal if we're running about 7 or 9 minutes is what Sanla's estimates he's behind. But it's just something to be expected for a game with this high variance and a game that's this long.
いろいろあるんで。すでにこれだけ戻ってて。何もするなよ。何もするなよ。145。3回目の突入です。困りましたね。ある程度は落ちても問題はないんですよ。祈りの指輪を4つ持っていますけど、これは逃げるかどっちだ。 眠りにかけてみよう。厳しいの。倒せないですか？そうですか。によって攻撃ですか？攻撃以外耐えるんですけど。全滅の方が早かったかもしれん。これ、毒消し、必要だよね。
So that encounter, that Sunless God, is actually the most dangerous encounter in Hargon's castle, or at least on that floor. You really hope you can put one of the enemies to sleep while you beat up the killer machine, that robot-looking thing in the middle. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. The sleep didn't land, and the Devil Lord spammed Fire Bane until everybody was basically dead, so had to leave again.
ドラゴンの攻撃の選択率が 50%。だから、ないものとしたんですけどね。3の4。60% を外してからじゃないと落ちないですから。これはちょっと変なことしますか？一番後ろが攻撃されなかった時、自分でシールドを触れるという選択だったんですけど。サムレトリアが攻撃されても自分のシールドを航行すればいいんですけど。どれもなかったですね。タイムは25分ですから、区間タイムは7分遅れですね。困ったね。マシルベ氏の杖が落ちましたね。行ってみますか。あ、そうですか。まあ、最初から逃げたのと変わらないのでいいでしょう。眠りの方がかかる確率は高いです。何回目ですか？困ったな。 寝た。とりあえず受けましょう。いろいろ考えてこっちかな。倒すのか。ここからどうしようか。まだいろいろあるんですよね。もう落ちることはないでしょう。危ないな。キラーマシンの通行の一撃は 1% です。
Dual Saga, you are correct.
これでいい
Sleep
で
is
すか？ダメ
massively
ですか？
overpowered
そう
in
です
Dragon
か。
Quest games in general. It's an incredibly potent status effect, although it's worth noting that, yes, sleep is very useful for your party, but it's also very powerful when used against you, as we've seen a couple of times in this run. But yeah, the sleep spell is a gigantic portion of the reason why this run is
こ
possible
れ
at
し
the
か出
levels
ない
that
で
it
す
is.
ね。これはあんまり美味しくないので、今さすがに寝かせましょう。ああ、何やってる。危ない危ない。今のは眠りを入れたかったんですね。ちょっとうっかりしましたね。本日初めてのベギラマはバギー。21から眠りに変えて真空を使うようにします。3人とも先行してくれるのに期待しているんですが、攻撃されちゃうと回復で戸惑うので送ります。55。今のは落ちても文句は言えないな。 ローレシアのヒットポイントの回復ちょっとサボってたんで。これは2人とも60以上あるんで防御ですね。ローレシアの剣から動いてきたというのはあまり良くないですね。これは全員の素早さが低いので、ドラゴンが動いてくるかと思いましたが、来なかったですね。ちょっと待って。危ないよ。24レベルですね。ここからローレシアが他の2人より先手取る可能性が増えてくるんで、起きちゃった。とりあえず寝てくれれば何も問題はないんですけど、さっき落ちたパターンですけど、2回かけに行って眠ってないわけですから。例えばそれに変えてベホイミを打てば生きてるんですけど、どこに打ちましょうっていう話で、どこも落ちる可能性があるので、寝たら誰も落ちないから。だから眠りの優先度が高かったと思うんですが、お前落ちてしまったものはしょうがないです。言えてない。まあしょうがない。ということで切り替えましょう。まあよくあることですので。ベホイミの消費は3点で、眠りの消費は1点ですから。寝かせてしまえば安い。
When you
回
hear
復をすると、
Sunless mention
それだけ
Behoimi,
どんどん
that is
MP
the
がな
English
くな
name
ってい
of the
きます。
spell Heal More. So he's talking about the choice to use heal more versus the choice to use sleep.
ここに来てドラゴンが多いぞ。
Japanese name of heal more.
1時間早く来て欲しかったな。
Behoimi refers to the spell heal more.
今のこれだけで1分30秒ぐらいあるんじゃないか。21からは解決の早い選択をするから。
Yeah, sleep is pretty much going to always be your go-to at the beginning of a fight, but then you're going to want to change up your strategy depending on who takes damage and how much damage they take.
やっと来たぞ。何分かかった。
Okay, so this is a fun little turning point in the speed run. You see Sunless saying it's finally here. And what he's referring to is the defeat spell. At level 23, Kamak learns the defeat spell. It's useful in several places, but the main place where defeat is useful is against those dragon encounters that we've seen before. Defeat is something like 80% to instantly kill a dragon. And so now we really want to see those 4 dragon encounters because pretty much one defeat spell is going to kill them all. And the next time we do see dragons, for those who are still actively watching, pay attention to the sound effects. The Dragon Quest community likes to call this crinkle crinkle time because of the sound effect it makes when something dies due to defeat. Hopefully we'll get some dragons here fairly soon.
MB 余ってるからチャレンジしますか。今のを通してくれると早いです。
There you go. Crinkle crinkle.
ちょっと安全に行きますか。ここ1回だけね。落ちた時に。
And just like that, that's how easy it is to pick up 2,000 experience points at this point.
イオナズムを覚えました。これはチャレンジでいいから。最後の選択は24ベリアルか25ベリアルかなんですけど。まあ24でいこうかなと。
What Sandless mentioned there just now. What Sandless mentioned there just now is about fighting Belial with Canuck at level 24 or 25. You have a bit of a choice to make here. We're going to get Canuck to level 24, and then we're going to keep grinding a little bit longer. You can leave this section. It's about a 6,000 experience point difference between whether you want to get Revive before Belial or after Belial. And I'm guessing that Sunless is leaning towards getting Revive after Belial so that he can start the boss rush sooner and try to save a little bit of time. It's fairly rare that you need to use Revive in the Belial fight itself. So that is one choice that you can make to try to speed things up. but we'll just have to see how the rest of this grind section shakes out. We are getting close to the end, but then when it actually ends is going to be Sunless's decision on how he wants to handle the experience during the boss rush.
87。倒せないんですか？最大は90です。壊れる。まあ、ダブルシールドなんで。困らないけど1個ぐらいは大丈夫ですけど。壊れましたけど。いや、ちょっと待ってくれ。これが全部魔法の聖水だったとすると、ちょっと困りますね。とりあえず節約しましょうか。使ってみましょう。今のが壊れたら帰るのを検討してました。危ないので。あと3000ですか。3000ですね。ちょっと MP がなくなったんで。というところでデビルロードですか。とりあえず下げるか。ああ、違うよ。壊れてるよ。あと半分。
That was a pretty awful bit of RNG there. The flames failed to go to sleep and they both used breath attacks, but all that is a minor nuisance. Nobody died. So we're just going to clear that fight. We're going to take, I believe, one more fight here, and then we're going to go ahead and on to that boss rush.
ちょっと待って、なんでそこで。いや、これはひどい。そこで、最低でちょうど。 あ、そうですか。ちょっと余計なことしましたかね。
So once we move up from the floor that we were on to the floor that we are on, we're not going to be taking any more random encounters. There are random encounters on this floor. The random encounters here are incredibly dangerous. There are very few encounters you're actually going to want to fight. This is one of them.
それはいろいろやばいな。
Exploded can make short work of the
そう、
berserkers.
陸ならまだいいですけどね。
You can choose to fight this. It's actually a bit safer than running away. But for the most part, you're going to want to run away from everything on this floor.
アトラス、前で祈らないといけないのか。ここから先は魔法の聖水がとにかく怖い。
Dual Saga, no, running is not guaranteed. Oh, are we gonna try to go for these metal? It looks like we're gonna try to go for one of these metal babbles here. Oh, and the metal babbles ran away. Metal babbles are often referred to as a trap up here on the third floor of Argon's Castle because they never appear by themselves. They always appear with something else. And they're generally, you don't want to be trying to fight them. If you're up here in floor 3 of Argon's Castle, you pretty much have all the experience you want.
2匹いたからさすがに攻撃が有利だと思うんだよ。
Alright, so now that we are on the 4th floor of Argon's Castle, there are no more random encounters. The only encounters that we can get are bosses. It does look like, it looks like Sunless only has 2 prayer rings left that we get. Hopefully we can clear this boss rush in one go. And so the first boss that's going to come up here is Atlas. Atlas does one thing and one thing only. He punches really, really, really hard, and he does it twice per round. So we're going to go ahead and have Nana defend. We want him to attack Maidenhall at the start, which he did. Maidenhall is the only one who could actually withstand 2 attacks from him. And we use increase to, well, increase our defense, and we hope that Atlas doesn't attack Nana, which is exactly what he did. So that's why we hold on to that Tree of the World Leaf. From here, though, with our defense boosted and Maidenhall hacking away, Atlas will be defeated. And this next boss fight is probably one of the most hilarious looking boss fights in any speedrun that I can think of. Because this next boss, Buzuzu, has the defeat spell. We also have the defeat spell. And this battle is basically going to be Canuck and Belial, or sorry, Canuck and Buzuzu throwing the defeat spell at each other until one of them dies. Only boss in any RPG I know of that can actually be killed with a instant death spell. Oh, and you can also put Buzuzu to sleep, and then you can either let Canuck try to hit him with a defeat spell, or you can just let Maidenhall hack away until he dies.
それが怖いんだ。危ない危ない。
Alrighty, no defeat spell today. We just hacked him to death. This next boss is Belial. This boss can be not dangerous in this. I mean, he can definitely kill you. He can be dangerous in that sense. What's really dangerous, though, is that Belial has the heal all spell, which, well, heals his HP completely back to full. And so hopefully we can avoid this happening, because basically Belial can make this fight last forever and just drain your MP. Which is another reason why you ideally would have revive for this fight, but again, Sunless chose to come up here a little bit earlier to save some time. So as long as we clear this fight, Canuck will learn the revive spell, and then we can move on to the final 2 bosses of the game.
倒した。
And we do happen to find ourselves in a situation where, yeah, Nana was able to had the spare MP for Exploded, and it actually worked. So we just went ahead and took Belial out. No heal alls to be seen. And now, at the very beginning of the game, we were tasked with a quest to kill the evil archfiend Hargon. And that's him. There he is. He's right there. He asks whether or not you've heard of him, and it doesn't matter whether you say yes or no, he's still going to fight you. Hargon is actually not terribly difficult in this version of the game. He is susceptible to stop spell. You can choose to move some armor around on your characters depending on whether you find physical attacks or sleep whether you find physical attacks or spell attacks to be more scary. You can choose to shuffle some gear around here, but Sunless didn't do that. Sunless also just got a critical hit out of Maidenhall, so that's gonna speed this fight up by a lot. I believe Hargon has heal more that he can use. Wow, another critical hit. Well, that makes short work of Hargon, and now we have the final boss coming right up here. Hargon, with his last dying breath, summons Shido, the god of death, to come smite down these plucky heroes. And this fight is brutal. It's long. It can go from stable to instant death at a moment's notice. And of course here with our prayer rings, we're going to use them until everybody has their maximum MP. And we're going to go into this fight. We're going to be looking to get Shido surrounded while we increase our defense and defend, and just we're really hoping to get our setup off as quickly as possible. So Maidenhall's going to defend, and we're really looking. What you're looking for is for a puff of smoke to appear to animate before Shido. That means that the surround spell is hit. That's the first thing that we really absolutely have to do, is we need to get that surround spell to work. So we're just going to be having... Oh, here we go. Okay, so surround worked. So that's the first important thing. That's going to make it so that if Shido chooses to physically attack, hopefully he's going to miss more often than he doesn't. Unfortunately, yeah, okay. That's really unfortunate. So even though surround hit, Kanok, Shido can choose to do 2 physical attacks, and unfortunately he targeted Kanok, who has the revive spell, and Kanok is the only person with the revive spell, and Sunless had to use his Leaf of the World Tree earlier, so he wasn't able to use it in that fight. And yeah, shoganai yo. Shoganai desu yo. There's nothing you can do. So before we head back to Hargon's castle, we are going to go get a Leaf of the World Tree, so that if Kanok dies, I mean, Kanok surviving in the Shido fight is literally the most important thing. There are plenty of times where you can find yourself in situations where Kanok is the only person alive, and as long as you can get Maidenhall revived and back up to full HP, you can actually recover from there. But if Kanok dies, things go downhill pretty fast, as you just saw. Which is unfortunate, because Surround had just landed, and again, the idea behind the Surround spell is to make it so that physical attacks will miss more often, and unfortunately, Sunless just got incredibly unlucky.
あれは無理かな。炎からのストレートですからね。あと何分残ってるから。
unfortunately, even at this point in the speed run, we are susceptible to getting white ground looped. But because Cannock survived and has the revive spell, we can just revive everybody and move on from here.
ブリザードだとちょっと微妙なんですけどね。逃げ続けるのは
Oh, Dual Saga, I know you had asked before about run rates in this game, and I never got a chance to answer your question. Run rates in this game are based on are a percentage every time you try to run away. So your first two attempts are 50-50. If you fail to run twice, your next attempt is a 6 out of 8 chance. And if you fail that, every time you try to run after that, it's a 7 out of 8 chance. It never goes to 100%. So in theory, you could fail to run an infinite number of times. I personally have never seen more than 4 run fails, and even 4 run fails, if you do the math, is an incredibly small chance. For the most part, you're going to get away, and you're going to have 2 run fails maximum. You're going to get away on that 3rd shot. It's not, although it's interesting that they decided to handle it this way in this particular game. In the original Dragon Warrior 2 for the NES, you have a flat 2/3 chance to run from any battle. It never changes. Dragon Warrior 4, I believe, is when they started adding percentages. And in Dragon Warrior 4, your first and second run attempts are 50-50. Your third is 3 out of 4, and then if you fail 3 run attempts, your fourth is guaranteed. That's also true for Dragon Quest III on the Super Famicom. The run rates there are basically the same values, and I want to say from Dragon Warrior 4 onward, it's more or less those same numbers. 1 out of 2, 1 out of 2, 3 out of 4, and then 100%. Dragon Quest 1 and 2 on Super Famicom are the only exceptions. So Hargon take 2. One thing I never really mentioned before are the actions Hargon can take. Hargon can do a double physical attack like he just did there. He can cast the Explode It spell for a ton of damage. And he can also breathe fire, which is what he just did there. He also has Sweet Breath, which can put any and all party members to sleep. I believe he may be more likely to do that now. He has been stop spelled, so he can't cast Explode It anymore. And so really the only thing that's particularly scary at this point is that sleep spell, which could lead to somebody getting punched to death. But with our defense increased, everything's pretty much on cruise control here for the Hargon fight. And hopefully this Shido boss battle goes better than the first attempt. One thing also to note, in the Japanese speedrunning community, they generally end the run. They watch the credits and end the run when it says "the end" on the screen.
念のため
So
確認
time
して。
will not be until the ending
大
as
丈
finish
夫。
playing. We'll continue to watch that after Shido has been killed.
お願いします。
Shido's actions, I should note, are he has an intense flames attack that does a
ち
ton
ょ
of
っと
damage.
強くないですか
He
ね。
has his double physical attack, which also does a ton of damage. He can cast increase on himself to increase his own defense
違う。
power, and he can also cast defense on your party to increase the damage he does to you. And unfortunately, the same thing happened at the very start of this battle as in the last battle, where Kanok immediately got punched twice and died, which is why we went back and got that World Tree Leaf so that we could bring him back if that happens. But now this fight gets a little bit more dangerous because, again, if Kanok dies, we don't have a way to bring him back, and it is absolutely paramount to this fight that we keep him alive at all times. Here at this point, we're having Nana cast the defense spell to reduce Shido's defense as low as possible, and anytime that we see a defense spell out of Shido, Kanok is going to cast increase in order to increase our defense power. It is kind of nice when you do see defense or increase out of Shido because it means he's not dealing damage to you. And of course, those spells can be easily fixed by casting either increase or defense for ourselves. At this point, this is about as stable as this fight gets, and so you're basically going to be seeing Kanok and the hero just attacking as much as
炎が
possible.
最大
In the
82なんです
event
けど。
that no one needs healing and Shido's defense is as low as it can get, you'll see Sunless either
最
try
大
to
の
put
出る
Shido
確
to sleep,
率は
which has a
そ
very
んな
small
に
chance
高
of
くない
working,
ので、
or casting Explode It, which has a decent chance of
ある
dealing
程
some
度は
extra
攻めます。
damage. You might actually see him do it here. Yeah, so he's opted for the sleep spell here, which didn't work. It's got a very low chance of working. Fortunately, Shido missed a physical attack right there again. That's why we need to get that surround up as quickly as possible. This is a situation that looks a little bit rough, and it is a little bit rough, but again, this is why keeping Kanok alive is so important, because again, we were in a situation where Kanok was the only person left alive, but we were able to get everybody back up again. That animation was Nana casting Explode It because we were in a good position to do so.
終わり。
Shido again that round missed 2 physical attacks, so surround spell doing a lot of work here. And there we go! We did it! Shido is dead. And now we have, I believe it is
葉っぱ
approximately
なかった
10
ら2
minutes
回負けて
from
ま
this
したね。
point until the end.
危ない危ない。
In the Japanese speedrunning community, it's customary also to spam chat with the number 8. The reason for that is because when you have a lot of 8s in a row, it's read out as hach pach 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 pach, and so it sounds like applause.
はい、ありがとうございました。
Sunless-san, お疲れ
タイム
様でした。
的にはまだ影響するところがちょっとだけあるんで。これがダメです。今日はすごいな。なかなかここまでもないんですけどね。実にトロフィーがあったら半分ぐらい取ったんじゃないかな。残りの半分はメタルスライムとはぐれメタルの関係ですね。今回は残念でしたが。ということで。お付き合いいただきましてありがとうございました。 コメントも引き受けてくださいまして、コメンテーター、ありがとうございました。操作終了です。お疲れ様でした。プレイの内容としては、そんなに悪くはなかったんですけど、前半でタイムを大きく遅れてしまったというのが厳しかったですね。まあそれでも5分ぐらいかなと思ってたんですけど、結局祠から出発するのが10分ほど遅れる形になったので、赤マシン間で落とされ続けたのと、悪魔神間。
There is also typically a song that is sung here. This ending song is called My Road, My Journey, and it does have lyrics. I believe it was featured in one of the Dragon Quest anime shows at one point. So if you ever happen to catch this run from another speedrunner, English speedrunners and Japanese speedrunners both tend to sing a song here. The time will not stop until the end appears on the screen. It is customary in Japanese speedruns to start the clock as soon as you turn the console on, and to only stop the clock once the end appears on the screen. So we've got a few more minutes here to watch this ending before we stop the timer.
67ですか。
And stick around because the next run coming up here is going to be Dragon Quest III Famicom. It'll be an any percent glitchless, I believe, is the category. It's a bit weird to define categories for Dragon Quest III Super Famicom. I'll talk more about that as we get into that speedrun. I will be doing commentary for that speedrun as well. So feel free to stick around because there is more Dragon Quest action coming your way after the conclusion of this run.
アトラスで葉っぱ使ってなくても4分の1の確率で死んでたわけですが、まあ来てしまったものはしょうがないですね。なかなか緊張感があって楽しかったですね。いろいろありましたけれど。ことで、エンドが出たタイミングで終了いたします。はい。この次なんですけど。ファミコンバンドドラクエさんということで、ファミコンバージョン。
Dual Saga, as far as I know, no.
楽しみですね。
The only speedrun I can think of where that might matter is Super Metroid. And I believe that even that run uses an out-of-game timer and follows the same Japanese timing rules. I do know, though, that this Famicom speedrun that's coming up does stop the timer on last input as opposed to watching the ending, but that is definitely an exception to the rule.
何かでリベンジしたいですね。 終わり。ありがとうございました。
終わりました。お疲れ様でした。
バイバイ。